society who are able to contribute to the development of the society. Universities, on the other side, are accredited to offer programs that will translate into this kind of manpower, which means the universities have the relevant resources in terms of physical infrastructure, in terms of human resources, in terms of organizational structures, policies, and frameworks to be able to do this. But I reviewed some literature that indicated that as much as universities are accredited, this alone cannot be able to ensure the universities produce quality graduates. So the universities need to establish the best practices that they need to embrace, as well as the challenges that need to be mitigated so that we can be able to produce quality graduates. And that is the focus of this study. So the research was guided by an hypothesis that there is a significant difference in the challenges faced by deans, chairs of academic departments, and the faculty in training of quality graduates across the universities. The next, the study also reviewed literature that talks about the quality of graduates so that they are motivated to train quality graduates. Also, the Commission of Kenya talks about effective, especially in the public offices. The other scholar also talks about technology, adoption of technology within our learning institution, also resources, and also learning strategies. Then the scholar Yusuf also talks about faculty development so that at least you make sure that your faculty have the skills that are required to be able to deliver or to be able to train quality graduates. Also, Commission for University Education, they emphasize on academic freedom, resources, and also institutional frameworks for the universities to be able to train quality graduates. Evans and Davis also talks about policies and resources. So based on this literature, the researcher identified as challenges that will be having, especially the faculty, the deans, and the chairs of department in the process of training quality graduates. The university also, the study also identified the sample, of course, the universities from the 74 that we have. The researcher sampled 7 universities, but 6 universities participated in the study. And of course, the sample was drawn from the deans, the chairs of department, as well as the faculty. A moment. So from the study, the researcher found out, or the researcher used the ANOVA was used to determine the significant difference affecting the university, and the ANOVA indicated that the P was less than 0.05, which means the challenges are similar across the universities. The challenges that affect the chairs of department, the deans, the faculty in training quality graduates are similar across the universities. So the specific challenges, next slide, the study found out that the faculty, the deans, and the chairs of department were faced with the following challenges in the process of training quality graduates in the universities. One of them was fast-paced change that was impacting on the curriculum. Even now, we can attest to that. There are a lot of changes, there are a lot of reforms when it comes to curriculum. These changes affected the process in terms of training quality graduates because of trying to cope up with the changes. Then also they put the responsive curriculum, which are not sensitive to local needs. Then the percentage percentages there, you can look at that. Then there was also inadequate resources for proper implementation of curriculum content. And one of the presenter, Thomas, talked about teaching resources. This was a problem at university level. Also, the deans, as well as the chairs and the faculty, they talked about inadequate institutional support. And they said that universities, to some extent, the academic fraternity felt that sometimes they did not get the support that is required for them to be able to do their work. Then also they talked about the lack of freedom to exercise leadership roles. A lot of, they talked about a lot of kind of, they are not engaged when it comes to decision making. They were receiving from the top management what they are supposed to do, instead of the top management allowing them to express what it means to be done so that they can be able to support training of quality graduates. They also talked about being abandoned with administrative duties. They also talked about inadequate reward systems. Please mute your mic. Please mute your mic. Some of them also talked about being overburdened with administrative duties. You can see the number is high, the percentage is high, 71% of the 120. Then others also talked about inadequate reward systems within the university, which made them to feel a little bit not very motivated to do their work, or even to give extra energy in the process of training quality graduates. Others also talked about unfavorable policies that were not supportive. And others also talked about diminishing faculty commitment. Also, there were other challenges that were generated from qualitative instrument. They talked about teaching changes, especially for the faculty. They felt that they were not supported, they were not oriented, they were not mentored for them to be able to take up the roles of teaching. Others also talked about classroom situation. And under this, they talked about overcrowding. Others talked about resources within the classroom setup. Others also talked about research not being translated in practice. There was a disconnect in what is being done and what is the practice within the universities. Then they also talked about heavy workload within the institution. So from the findings, you can see the challenges that the academics or the academic deans, as well as the chairs of department and faculty, continue to experience in the process of training quality graduates. Then, in conclusion, the researcher concluded that challenges of training quality graduates affecting deans, chairs of academic departments, as well as faculty were the universities, but with varying degrees. The major challenges include being overburdened with administrative duties. You can see 86 faculty saying that from 120 sampled. Others also talked about the reward system was an important element, 73%. That was 83 faculty that indicated that the reward systems within the universities were not very motivating for them to be able to do their work. Then also, the rapid changes happening in the education system also affected the way they train quality graduates, because they have to keep on changing from one curricula to another. And of course, sometimes they are not well prepared to do that. So still, from the findings, there was inadequate resources, which was also considered as a major challenge, especially when it comes to delivery of programs. Then 64 were in agreement that universities over time have experienced diminishing faculty commitment, which has resulted to high turnovers within the universities. And of course, 50 of the faculty there was heavy workload was a major concern within the university, which is tied to being overburdened with administrative duties. And in recommendation, the standard recommend that the university management need to address the faculty issues, especially the workload, as well as resources, as well as policies when it comes to resource allocation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Nkiara. Thank you. We will move on. Dr. Severina, are you online? Severina?
Yes, Doctor, I'm online.
Very good. It is your chance. We are starting your 10 minutes as soon as the slides are showing up. Very good. The slides are up. You are online. It starts now.
Okay, thank you very much. Morning, everyone. This is Dr. Severina Muiresia, a senior lecturer in the School of Education and Social Sciences, and also a chair of education department in that school. I am presenting a paper which is part of a larger research thesis, and I'm presenting on teacher-parent cooperation for the improvement of inclusive education in regular primary schools in Meru County, Kenya. Cooperation among teachers and parents is pertinent for the improvement of inclusive education. Both the community and the school have an interlinked critical influence on the child's development and social conditions. Subsequently, teachers and parents have a responsibility to liaise with each other as well as other stakeholders for provision of better and quality education to all learners. One of the important functions of inclusive education is to build quality relations between all members of our school community with a culture that promotes belonging and where everyone feels treated as valued individuals. Teaching learners with special needs in education calls for cooperation in planning and implementation of education objectives. As this process involves the engagement in unfamiliar activities such as modification of materials and different teaching strategies, there is need for cooperation of all stakeholders. There is a need for parents' cooperation as active participants in the education process, not just as its clients. Little research has been carried out on cooperation as one of the aspects of improving inclusive education. The study sought to address the gaps by examining the efficiency of the teacher-parent cooperation for the improvement of inclusive education in public primary schools. Statement of the problem: suitable teacher-parent cooperation improves inclusive education. There seemed to be inadequate teacher-parent cooperation that resulted in poor status of inclusive education in public primary schools in Meru County. And teacher-parent cooperation is what this study sought to analyze to address the low improvement in inclusive education. Addressing low improvement in inclusive education through teacher-parent cooperation may result in all learners having opportunities to develop socially and economically, making it easy to achieve the sustainable development goals. It was for this reason that the researcher decided to carry out a study on teacher-parent cooperation for the improvement of inclusive education in public primary schools in Meru County. Objective of the study was to examine teacher-parent cooperation for the improvement of inclusive education in regular public primary schools in Meru County. The significance of the study findings are of great use to education policymakers who need the study results to evaluate the current policies on inclusion and formulate appropriate ones for increasing teacher-parent cooperation to improve the status of inclusive education for all learners. The study findings also give vital information on leaders and the managers of inclusive schools on the need to have adequate teacher-parent cooperation for the improvement of inclusive education. Methodology: the study was guided by Bronfenbrenner's biological systems theory and Peter's input process outcome context framework of inclusive education. Qualitative research approach method was predominantly used. The target population was 101,612, which constituted 772 teachers, 6,840 teachers, and 94,000 parents. Out of the target population, there was a unique population of 218, constituting 77 teachers, 68 teachers, and 73 parents who are actively involved in inclusive education in the 77 inclusive public primary schools in Meru County. Through a passive sampling, a number of 8 regular public primary schools and a sample of 24 participants was selected from the population. According to Creswell, 2009 suggests for sample size in the range of 5 to 25 as being adequate for collecting qualitative data. The research adopted the Creswell 2009 recommendation to select the participants. The study instruments used included questionnaires, interview schedules, focus group, discussion guide, observations, documents, analysis schedules. The tools were piloted for reliability and validity in Isiolo County, Kenya. Data was collected by the researcher through meeting with the participants face-to-face, which ensured whole response return rates. Qualitative data analysis was done with the help of computer package, atlas.ti. The findings were presented in tables and narratives within themes generated from the collected data. Findings, the study first of all sought to establish the level of cooperation between teachers and parents as in the table 5.1, and the results as you can see. Majority of the respondents, that the 3.3% opined that the two parties, teachers and parents, were not cooperative. Others were for the highly cooperative at 25%, cooperative at 25%, and lowly cooperative at 16.7%. A quick review of cumulative frequencies for and against cooperation points at 50 to 50 status. On factors influencing cooperation, it was found that the common factors that were raised by the three groups of participants, that's teachers, parents, and teachers, as negatively influencing teacher-parent collaboration in inclusive schools, including special school allowance, special institutions getting donations in both monetary and material form, as well as negative attitude about learners with special needs among some school stakeholders. Further, school academic mini-score syndrome, which led to some learners with special needs, in particular schools not to be allowed to sit for the Kenya Certificate of Primary Education, KCP, featured among all the groups of participants. This negatively affected the teacher-parent cooperation for the improvement of inclusive education. There were counter-accusations when negative attitude among stakeholders was raised. Groups of the participants blamed each other, and this implies that there was inadequate sensitization about teacher-parent cooperation for the improvement of inclusive education among the school stakeholders. Lack of the awareness seemed to have led to the many factors that negatively influence the cooperation. And teachers' integrity and support among the school board of management were indicated by all the categories of the participants as having positively influenced the teacher-parent cooperation. The factors such as special school allowance, donations to special institutions, and stakeholders' negative attitude, which negatively influence the cooperation, outweighed the factors like communication, commitment, and honesty, which had positive attitude. This further explains why the teacher-parent cooperation and made minor enhancements in improving inclusive education.
Seconds.
Yeah, various ways of improving teachers and parents' efforts were cited, which included openness, as well as everyone cooperating with professionals. And further, it was also found that insincerity among stakeholders, which contributed to effective and teacher-parent cooperation, needed to be improved.
Thank you very much, Dr. Malaysia, for your presentation. We will.
Yeah, that's the conclusion. Yeah, you can see the conclusion and the recommendation.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. We enter into a short question and answers. Already questions on the. Can I go to Ohisi? That is Adam. The questions that you picked from the platform, you can answer one. Each one of you answer one question, and then we see. So Ohisi, you have a chance to answer your question, please. One of the questions you selected to answer.
I answered all the questions on the chat. So I will read it for a wider audience. One question that was asked of me was, why are we not concerned about researching to improve the learning of our traditional languages in Africa, like Swahili, to spread to other countries but English? My response was, I think this is for another research. Even with that, I'm all for African languages. But as the internet speaks English, I think every kid needs to be able to master it for now. The other question was, Hersi, the foreign students are enrolled in different academic programs. Does it matter in this? And another question was at the same line, did the universities make any efforts to bridge the gaps for students coming from non-English speaking background? And my answer was, no. The first part of the question is no, and the second part is not much so far. A last question that was asked of me is, Hersi, I found 64 empirical studies on English-speaking language that students from non-English-speaking countries on their performance. These studies are all similar to your study. So what is the knowledge gap your study field that is different from the other studies? My response was, on close attention, you will find this specifically deals with certain educational institutions and a specific type of students in similar classroom situations. There was another question.
I think we'll let that, we'll allow that you have given answers on the platform, so some of them can be picked from there. Can we go to Dr. Ikiara? Any question that you picked? I want to give you just a chance to answer one or two. And of course, if anybody has a question that they really must ask, you can always put up your hand and we'll give you a chance. So any question that you picked, Dr. Ikiara, that you want to respond to?
Yes, Chair, I picked one question. One of
there must be a button you are pressing when you start talking. Network just disappears. Okay, sorry, proceed. Sorry, the typing is always with the type of network. Continue. Relax, you're not relaxed. You can switch off the video so that your network can stabilize a little bit. Okay, Dr. Malaysia, are you hearing me? Dr. Luce, you can switch off the video so that you can stabilize your network a little bit. Your network is really shaky. Go ahead, answer the question that you wanted.
Thank you, Chair. I'm in the office.
Your network is weak. you can answer the question on the platform. We'll read it from there. Dr. Mbolesia, anyone single question that you want to answer before we move to the next category of presentations? Dr. Mbolesia, how did you pick your respondents? I can see that on the chat.
Yes.
Answer that one. How did you pick your respondents? If you can answer that question, that would be good, and we'll proceed. You can continue to interact with the rest of us. How did you pick your respondents? Is the question you're answering. I'm attending. The question is on the line of the platform, which I'm picking for you. How did you pick your respondents? Okay, the network seems to be failing for you too. So we will proceed. Thank you very much for that set of presentations.
Okay, I picked my respondent where I looked at having the longest experience. That is what I'm answering. I'm already answering.
Okay, proceed. Proceed. Give your answer.
Prof, Dr. Mochiri.
Yes, go ahead. Give your answer. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you very well. I started answering before.
Okay, continue with the answer.
You responded like you are not hearing. So I'm answering on how I picked my respondents. I've said I use passive sampling, whereby I looked at the respondents that attributes that I knew would give the best responses that were relevant in answering the objectives and research questions. And one of the attributes included the participants who had longest experience in inclusive education in regular public primary schools, in addition to working in inclusive education institutions that were active. That's how I picked the respondents.
Thank you very much. We will continue with the interactions over the platform. Please continue to do so, answering the questions, check the questions that the members, participants have asked, so that we can continue to respond to them. We thank you very much for your opportunity to present to us, and the discussion continues, because that is what research does. It just opens our mind and we can continue. We move to the next session. This is the session that we are going to have Sadia Mohammed. Sadia Mohammed, are you available?
Yes, I'm around.
Thank you. Do we have Ruth Jama? Ruth Jama? Sister Gladys Kemuma Nyangwezo? Gladys? Sister Gladys?
I'm present.
Very good. So, Ruth Jama, are you present? Ruth? So we'll go ahead. We will have the presentation by Sadia Mohammed, and we will follow that immediately with Sister Gladys Kemuma. In the meantime, hopefully, Ruth will appear. So let's set it off. Sadia, it's your chance.
Yes,
Please,
yes.
Your 10 minutes starts now.
Should I share the slides from my end?
No, the slides are with us here. We are controlling. Just are you able to see the slides?
No.
You're seeing your slides?
No, I'm not seeing.
You're not seeing the slides?
No. Yes, now I can see.
Very good. Now you proceed from there. No, so your 10 minutes starts now.
Okay, thank you. And my name is Sadia Mohammed, and my topic is influence of psychosocial factors on development of mental disorders among refugees. And it's a case of in Dadaab, Garissa County. Next slide, please. Next. the background information, internationally and internally displaced people across the globe. So the issue of refugee issue is a global issue. Refugees flee their homes due to well-founded fears of being persecuted for their religion, nationality, membership of a particular social group or political opinion. Findings on refugees is that, as per Storm 2018, that in the modern world, in every minute, approximately 20 people get displaced. 1 person in every 113 people get internally displaced. Approximately 65.6 people are displaced in the world, and about 40.8 million people who are internally displaced in their own country. Relocation of this refugee takes place in 3 stages. It is, the first one is the pre-migration, then in transit and post-migration. Some refugees during the migration, they lose their loved ones as they relocate. And as per the data given by UNHCR 2018, it indicated that approximately 2,600 migrants and refugees went missing or died as they crossed the Mediterranean Sea, where 94% of them were crossing from Italy, from Libya. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Background information. There is loss and other hardships that the refugees are exposed to, which leads to mental disorders such as depression, anxiety, and post-traumatic stress disorder. Kenya is the top refugee hosting nation in Africa. And as of May 2019, Kenya hosted 530,000 refugees in Kakuma refugee camp and Dadaab refugee camp. Among the refugees in Kenya, the cases of mental illness are high. In 2018, Hagadera refugee camp had 7,481 cases of mental illness, that including mental retardation, somatic complaints, severe emotional disorders, among others. Statement of the problem. Literature regarding refugee indicate that an unusual high prevalence of psychological and mental disorders in the refugee population, as per Nordam et al. 2009. And some studies indicate that some refugees express high level of resilience and live healthy and productive life, as per Capstick 2018. This current study examined the influence of psychosocial factors on the development of mental disorders among refugees in Hagadera camp, Garissa County. The objectives of this study was, 1, there are 3 objectives. 1 was to examine the influence of collective ties on development of mental disorders in Hagadera refugee camp. Secondly, to determine the influence of acculturation on development of mental disorders among refugees in Hagadera refugee camp. And the third one was to evaluate the influence of family estrangement on development of mental disorders among refugees in Hagadera refugee camp. The hypothesis, 1 was there is no relationship between collective ties and the development of mental disorders among refugees living in Hagadera refugee camp in Dadaab. There is no relationship between acculturation and development of mental disorders among the refugees living in Hagadera refugee camp. There is no relationship between family estrangement and mental disorders among refugees living in Hagadera refugee camp. The research methodology, the study adopted 2 theories. 1 was cognitive theory that holds that the way people feel and behave is determined by how they perceive and structure their experiences. The second theory was attachment theory that holds that human beings are born with innate psychobiological system or attachment behavior that compel people to seek proximity to significant others. This research adopted descriptive design, and the design was adopted to establish the influence of collective ties, acculturation, family estrangement on the development of mental disorders. The research methodology, the participants were identified through random sampling technique. The data were collected by the use of self-administered questionnaire from 200 participants who had visited the mental clinic in Hagadera refugee camp. quantitative data were analyzed by use of descriptive statistics, namely percentage, frequency, mean, and standard deviation. The results and discussion of the study is that the study population comprised of 200 refugees, of whom 54% males and 47% females. Findings, acculturation on development of mental disorders revealed that, on average, the participants scored low on their level of acculturation with a mean of 2.89 and a standard deviation of 0.932. Findings on collective ties on development of mental disorders indicated a low score on collective ties, with a mean score of 3.54 and a standard deviation of 0.624. Findings on family estrangement on development of mental disorders indicated a high score on family estrangement with a mean score of 3.16 and a standard deviation of 1.200. The tool used indicated that 64.2% disparity in the development of mental disorders were associated with the changes in acculturation, collective ties, and family estrangement. Weak collective ties, low levels of acculturation, and high level of family estrangement influenced the development of mental disorders among the refugees to a larger extent. The findings imply that weak collective ties, low levels of acculturation, and high levels of family estrangement influence the development of mental disorders among refugees to a larger extent. Conclusion. The study findings foreground that one consequence of experiencing compromised collective ties, family estrangement, and inability to acculturate among refugees is the incidences of mental disorders. This understanding fortifies the relevance of feasible and acceptable intervention approaches at strengthening familial and community level social relationships to promote positive mental health among refugees living in Hagadera refugee camp. The findings underlines the importance of early and ongoing mental care. Early in terms of during the initial coming of the refugees in the camp, whereby they are, and then an ongoing mental care, extending beyond the period of initial resettlement to promote the health of refugees. Thank you. That is my presentation.
Thank you very much, Sadia. Thank you for your presentation and thank you for working it within the time provided. We go to Ruth. Ruth is available. She was muted. So Ruth, are you here? Ruth, can you hear me? Ruth, can you hear me? Unmute. Ruth, can you hear me? Okay, fine. As we get to assist Ruth to be able to be muted. She's not muted. We can't hear you, although the system says you're not muted. So as you check your network and your gadgets for presentation, let's move to Sister Gladys Nyangwezo. Sister Gladys.
Yes.
Yes, we are now on your presentation. You have
Yes,
your 10 minutes. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. My name is Gladys Kemu Nyangweso, PhD student, Kenya Methodist University Education. My presentation, the sub-theme of education and professional training, the title is The Influence of Instructional Leadership Styles on Student Skills Development in Public Technical Training Institutions in Kenya. The focus is on building and construction, clothing technology, and my supervisors was Dr. Flora Ngera and Dr. Esther Duba. Let's move to the background of the study and the statement of the problem. Technical education is one of the strategies that Kenya wants to use in achieving Vision 2030. in which biodiversity is part. But despite this, employers and industries are raising questions about the skills, leadership skills developed by technical institutes because they are found unemployable. At the same time, in 2020, the World Bank observed that the world is lacking all kinds of skills required at international level, and they advised that skills that are not trained in technical institutions, they are not going to survive. In our technologically lacked leadership skills in their workplaces and industries. In 1993, Drucker asserted that technical institutions have no capacity to produce leaders that can participate in our economy in the world. And please let's scroll down. Other researchers observed that the lack of skills in Kenya have manifested in devastating ways in our country, like buildings collapsing and taking lives of our innocent people, especially children in schools, people in the villages, in the cities and towns. So the question was, is the problem in the training institutions or in the government policy? Lucas and others in 2012 observed that when such a phenomena is observed, the problem is in the training institutions and especially in classrooms. So based on this, the study sought out to understand the difference of the skills required in the industry and the skills produced in the technical institutions, keeping in mind that the 844 system failed to achieve this goal, and the new system of education, the 26333, is going to address this issue. It is hoped, but there is no study that was carried out to show whether the technical institutions have the capacity to produce leaders at the instructional level and at the industry level in regard to skills that are part of the support of biodiversity or life on Earth. The study, let's move to the next slide. Next slide. The study was based on 3 questions that were derived from one of my objectives in my thesis, that is on the influence of institutional factors in student skills development in public TTIs in Kenya. And the hypothesis is that there is no statistical relationship between instructional leadership styles and student skills development. Literature revealed a number of gaps that were ecological based or system based, in which the major problem was there is lack of systems thinking in development of skills, and especially leadership skills in public TTIs in the world and in Kenya. Researchers in the literature reviewed showed that the issues can be addressed using distributed leadership or transformational leadership or a center-focused management leadership. That was explicated by Joe 2018 in Korea, Badenhorst and Radile 2018 in South Africa, and Malachwanzi in 2019 in Kenya. But despite that, reports on lack of leadership skills among TTI students were being reported, and they are being reported to this day. The study was anchored on 2 theories, that is the system theory in education and the decision-making theory. The theories were suitable for the study because they involve the student and they involve all stakeholders. The study was based on a mixed research method. Let's kindly get the slide on the methodology. The study was anchored on the convergency parallel mixed research methods, and the study population involved principals, lecturers, and students. We had 11 principals, 100 lecturers, 100 students, from which a study from which the contacted participants were derived. With the sample determination was done using Fisher and Bartlett formula, and sample selection the research applied randomization and purposive. The research instruments for this objective were questionnaire and interview schedule. Findings. Let's move to the findings. The slide on findings, the demographic information.
You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, demographic information showed that TTIs in Kenya, first of all, lack the technical courses, and the number of students at diploma level are very few, as you can see. So what can a nation achieve without the numbers of well-trained people if we don't have the courses offered at diploma level in Kenya? So also this part forms a basis for further research. Quantitative data revealed that there is a strong relationship between leadership styles, instructional leadership styles, and the students' skills development. Qualitative data supported these findings, as other lecturers opined that they are aware of the leadership skills, but they don't know how they are applied in the process of skills development. Other lecturers opined that other findings indicated that instructional leadership styles are not important at technical education because the focus is on hands-on, and that was a fallacy. Also, this part formed a basis for another study, as TTI seemed to lack pedagogical science knowledge and skills. And Thank you. So to address the issues I identified in this study, the study envisioned a model that will address the issue in which students are admitted to hands-on courses for 2 years, and then go for attachment, and then move on to leadership training that involves both quantitative and communication knowledge, and then go for attachment for that, and then graduate. Because the problem was at the implementation part of curriculum in the TTIs. The recommendations to Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Technology and TVETA is that TTIs should not replicate universities. They should offer specialized courses in hands-on because they are a duplication of universities. Then there's a need for regular auditing, and then the ministry should play a big role in coming together to ensure that competence-based training is well implemented in the TTIs. Then there should be the role of universities in technical education, because what can TTIs, technical training institution, achieve? What can they achieve without universities? Thank you.
Gladys, thank you. We are trying to also learn how to do to communicate quickly. That's part of the lesson, so that's okay. Thank you very much. Ruth, have you been able to connect even through your phone?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, okay.
Very good. So it is your chance now. You will be taking the next 10 minutes. Manage your time so that you make sure the take-home message is delivered.
Yes.
So thank you very much. It's your turn.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. I am Ruth Wanjiko Jama from Kemu University, and my topic is Psychosocial Factors Influencing Women to Stay in Abusive Marriages, a case of Kiambu Sub-County in Kiambu County, Kenya. Next slide. So the statement of the problem, a survey done by Performance Monitoring for Action, PMA 2020, found that 17.7% of the women in Kiambu were subjected to violence. 21.8% of the women were married. The main form of GBV was emotional, 82%, physical, 26%, and sexual, 36%, with others experiencing more than one form of violence. This study, therefore, was seeking to fill that gap by investigating the psychosocial factors influencing the women stay in abusive marriages in Kiambu sub-county of Kiambu County. The objectives were to determine and assess the influence of perceived control, self-concept, religious beliefs, hopefulness on women staying in abusive marriages. And the conceptual framework, the independent variables were the religious beliefs, perceived control, self-concept, and hopefulness. Intervening variables was counseling, and dependent variable are the continued stay in abusive marriage. Next. So the theoretical framework that I am using or I have used is that this study is using learned helplessness theory by Martin Seligman and Stephen Meyer and cycle of abuse theory. And the research design that I am using or I have used is descriptive survey design. This helps in portraying accurate current facts through data collection for testing hypotheses. And also the study also established the association between variables in order to establish how independent and dependent variables help each other. My target population was the population of married women, and that is those ones who are in monogamous marriages of 47,275 from KBS. And I was to choose 90 women from safe spaces, which is a halfway home shelter. And I was to do it in 4 months. And there are usually approximately like 20 women in that home per every month. The sampling procedure I used was purposive sampling, and my research instruments were questionnaire, interview guide for focus for FGDs. My research findings were the respondents were by age, that is for the demographic findings. For the age group of 26 to 35 years were 40.6%. So they were the highest. And for the duration of marriage, those ones who had stayed for between 4 to 9 years were 43.8% of the women who are in the safe house. And for the age distribution, it was 26 to 35 years, they were 46%. So, yes, next, right? And for the, are we going back? Duration in marriage, well, those ones who had stayed between 4 to 9 years was 43.8. Let's go ahead. the respondents' education level. Those ones who had only gone up to primary level among the women were 75%. So they were the majority. And when it came to the occupation, those ones who are housewives, they were 78.1%. And next, and for the income status, those ones who belong to the low income group, they were 90.6%. And those ones who are, because they were all Christians, so I looked at the denominations. So the ones who are Protestants were 62.5%, and Catholics were 37.5%. The summary of my findings, the study results revealed that the women's religious beliefs had a mean of 4.4. The women had low perceived control over abuse, a mean of 4.33. The women had low self-concept, that is so low self-belief and esteem, of a mean of 4.36. And women's hopefulness for a positive change in their situation and or in their husband's abusive behavior, a mean of 4.31. And this means it had a strong influence on their decision to stay in the abusive marriages. So in conclusion, the study participants were relatively young, adult women who were Christians with low education background and low income status and were in marriage for at least 4 years. The women religious beliefs, particularly those touching on the sanctity of marriage, strongly influenced their stay in abusive marriages. Next. The women's stay in abusive marriages was also influenced by their low perceived control of their situation, attributed a large part to their dependence for familiar support on their abusers. So the women's low self-concept evidenced in their willingness to endure the abuse and the continuous dependence for help from the abusers strongly influenced their stay in the abusive marriages. And finally, the women's hopefulness for a positive change in their situation and all in their husband's abusive behavior also had a strong influence in their decision to stay in the abusive marriages. My recommendations. So I would recommend that marriage counselors and therapists should give due consideration to affected women, religious beliefs, and where possible, seek solutions to their marital woes that do not infringe their religious convictions. And the county government of Kemu, in collaboration with developmental and non-developmental partners, should initiate community-based economic empowerment programs for women saved from abusive marriages. Also, efforts to educate women on rights against gender-based violence and to give women in abusive marriages a voice and justice for abuses suffered should be applauded, enhanced, and emphasized by local community leaders from all spheres. And marital counselors and therapists' efforts to empower women deal with abusive marriages should be enhanced at the individual and also the community levels. Interventions by advocacy groups against abuses in marriages should incorporate psychosocial support for affected women to restore their lost perceived control and battered self-concept. Thank you. I will answer any questions.
Thank you, Ruth. Thank you very much. We are happy to come to that point. We are now at the point where we are going to be responding to questions. So the presenters, I will ask you to check on the chat platform, be able to see whether you picked questions there. I'm giving you a chance to answer 2 of your choice questions, which are presented on the platform. And since I have not had a chance to give anybody a chance to ask question directly, I'm going to ask whether there's anybody who has a question direct, which they can put up their hand so that I can see and give them a chance to ask the question. In the meantime, go to the chat and let us respond to the questions. Dr. Maore, I see you want to ask one question. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, the last presenter. Thank you so much. I have only one question. Why did you choose Kemu County? Is there anything special or is it unique in matters gender-based violence? Thank you.
Okay, I can say Kemu County, it is where I stay, and I had seen a lot of gender violence. And so I wanted to know, why are they still staying? You know, like I'm very involved in church, and they could always come and see our reverend, and they are still staying there. So that is why I took Kemu. Now that is where I was, and there were a lot of them.
Didn't you want to just go out of Kemu and just know whether there is anything unique, so that you may not be fighting something which you may not really be able to control or give relevant solutions? Anyway, that's just an advice. Thank you so much.
Yes, I noted. I'll do that.
I will ask Sandhya. You have seen questions on the chat platform since you are the first to present. Do you have one that you want to answer?
I saw one whereby it was asking me, the question was, acculturation is more in your conversation than psychosocial factors. You want to reconsider your title. That was the question. And my answer is that acculturation is the process of adapting a new culture in the process of adapting well in the face of adversity, a new environment with different cultures. And it may lead to mental well-being of a person. And at the same time, lack of it can cause psychological distress and lead to mental disorder. So it's one of my variables for the study.
All right, thank you. That is a response. From Sister Gladys, have you picked any question that you want to respond to?
Yes, I've already shared my responses on the platform. Someone was asking, let me look for it. Go to envision a situation where every student must pass through a technical training institution before proceeding to university. Hello?
Hello, we are hearing. Please proceed. Give us an answer.
Yes, my response was my literature review revealed that most developed nations in South America use that approach, that every student, whether proceeding to university or another middle level college, must obtain a certified certificate on one skill before proceeding to wherever they want to study. And that's why these nations have developed. Such as a state in our nation can be envisioned if we want to develop or move on to the second economic world.
Thank you very much. So you think that we should first establish a system where the education, the TVET becomes part of the mainstream education processes?
And that will help address the state of poverty in the country.
Okay, any other question that that's been picked on the platform that you want one wants to respond to?
Yes, I can answer one from Haron.
Okay, proceed.
Yes, okay, he's asking why 90, where there were so many. So when it comes to research, you can't take all of them. And then I narrowed down to a safe house, because in this safe house, mostly married women, married come there. In fact, through 1195, the number where they normally call, and so they go there. So they are not so many, and that is why I had to deal with that number. And then he also asked, you didn't have women who have never had formal education. Yes, I didn't have. All of them had formal education. It is only that the lowest was primary education. And don't you think level of education has a correlation with women occupation? Yes. Yes, there is a correlation from what I got, although not always necessarily about the occupation, yes, because there are some who may have reached primary, but they are doing very well in business. So yes and no. I'm also told you secluded yourself to Protestants and Catholics only. Yes, that was one of my delimitations, that I was only dealing with Christians. So I did not take the Muslims.
Thank you very much. I want to take this opportunity to thank every person who has was presented this morning. I hand over the program back to the Director of Research and Innovation. I have been your chair. I've been your chair, and Dr. Mushiri, and I'm glad to have led this session this morning. So thank you very much. I'm the Director of Postgraduate Studies in the university. So if you really want to get in touch with me, always you can come and call on us anytime. Thank you, Director. Yes, and I want to thank you. Sorry, I'm reminded that I was chairing, but I was doing this session with my colleague, who I will give a chance to say.
Good afternoon. I'm glad that you all managed to attend the session. I was just kidding Dr. Mushiri that he forgot to mention that we were the two of us.
Yes, that's Dr. Job M-Pesa. So that is the source of the M-Pesa, the thing that you normally have. Job Mapesa, shortened Job M-Pesa. Okay. Thank you very much. Director, over to you.
Thank you, our presenters of the morning. That has been really an interactive session. We have managed to be on time, and thank you, our chair. You have really chased our presenters. Thank you for the interactions on the chat. It has worked very well. The presenters, you picked whatever that came on, and that's commendable. That has helped us to move pretty fast. I want to thank Dr. Mushiri and Dr. Mapesa for taking us through the sessions very quite well. So that has also helped us to move very fast. Now we move to lunch. Let's take a break for 1 hour so that when we come back, we will move to the next session. And then we meet back at exactly, if we try, it's 12:52, we can be back at exactly 1 to 1:50, 10 minutes to 2 o'clock. Enjoy your lunch. See you at that time. Thank you. Bye-bye for now.
Mwili mali sasa anataka kwenda, imagine. Juu ya mtoto anataka kwenda. Niko kwa cyber town, sasa nimeachia maid, sasa nataka ni
Recording stopped.
Good afternoon. I think we start our afternoon session. I hope you had a good lunch. And for those of you who are still eating, can I see we still have 55 people online? That is very good. So our chair this afternoon, may I confirm that Professor Gichungi, are you there? Professor? Prof? Prof, 1 minute. Okay, Prof. Vivian, Dr. Vivian, I believe you're there. So Professor Gichungi, you're going to take us through the afternoon session. You may start. I believe the presenters are there. We shall continue the same way we did this morning. Thank you so much, those ones online, and thank you for those who are still here with us physically. So we can proceed. Professor, go ahead. Okay, 1 minute. Okay, we are muting.
Okay, I think it's all right now. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Very clear. Thank you. Go ahead.
Hello? Yes? Yes?
Prof, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Ndoro, I'm chairing the conference, please. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We are back for the afternoon session. And I hope everybody can hear me. Can you please respond so that I'm sure people can hear me?
We can hear you.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, good. So then, welcome back for the afternoon session. We had a very good morning session, and I'm sure even the afternoon session will be well. My name is Professor Evangeline Gichungi, and I'll be the chair of this session. And we are together with the rapporteur, that is Dr. Vivian Cherono. Dr. Vivian Cherono, please, can you say hi to the conference participants? Dr. Vivian, are you there?
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here this afternoon, and we are looking forward to a very engaging and interactive session. I'm confident that at least after this conference, we'll be able to address the issues of our world. And as you know, the conference theme is very clear on what the world is experiencing. So I'm sure from this conference, we'll be able to pick up a few elements that were able to be addressed during this conference. So thank you very much and welcome to Kemu 9th conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Now I want to check whether the people who are presenting, the first 3 presenters are there. Dr. Winfred Kibenji, are you there? Dr. Winfred Kibenji. It seems like she is not there yet. Margaret Muriko,
Muchiri, are you there? Margaret Moriko Muchiri, the presenter, are you there? Zipporah Kairu, Dr. Zipporah Kairu, Karia.
Yes, I'm there. I'm there, Chair.
Okay, good. And I think I saw like Winfred has logged in. Dr. Winfred, Kedeji, are you there? Okay, if she's not there, then we'll start with, first of all, before we start, the question answer session after the first three presenters. And please post your question in the chat. And once the presenter is through, they can be responding the questions on the chat so that we save on time. But at the end of the three presenters, we'll take one or two questions. So then please respond to the questions from your presentation on the chat. So then I would like us to start without wasting time. It is strictly 10 minutes. And I'll warn you when it's, maybe 2 minutes to time so that you can conclude. Thank you. And we can start with Dr. Zipporah Karia.
Thank you, Chair. I'm ready.
Sorry, Dr. Winnie is online. She had requested to go first. Dr. Zipporah, if you don't mind.
It's okay. Dr. Winfred Kedenji.
Yes, Chair. Sorry, I was muted and I couldn't unmute myself without the host.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm delighted that I'm following this conference from an event that is taking place in Kwale that connects with what I'm talking about, education. Today, Kenya launches or else graduates the first group of apprentices or people who've been training on the job, and they're being awarded certificates using the criteria of recognition of prior learning, which is a TVET model. So it connects a lot with what I'm talking about and even what I've had several of us presenting concerning training and matters to do with education. I hope my presentation is there. What I'm sharing is research findings of some work being done sometimes end of last year and early this year concerning efforts to improve the quality of higher education or post-secondary education in Kenya. And this is what I'm calling the introduction to formal dual apprenticeship learning in Kenya. I'm sure the word apprenticeship is something that is very familiar with us, but it's been so much used in Kenya from the informal point of view, where we find ourselves taking young people or even older people to go learn on the job, acquire the skill and get into the world of work. So this model now has been introduced, or else there's some effort to introduce it into formal learning setups because of its benefits. So what informed this paper is mainly tied to what I've listed there as a background. That is mainly the global reforms that we have today in education and training systems, mainly to address matters of unemployment. We know that these are global crisis that is here with us for both the skilled and unskilled youth, including even adults. That's what even studies are saying. So also besides the global reforms, there is also information that from the UN 2030 agenda, that's tied to the strategic development goals, particularly goal number 4, it talks about ensuring an inclusive and equitable quality education. And the last bit which connects with this paper is promoting lifelong learning opportunities for all. And this has been found to connect very well with technical and vocational education and training in Kenya. Now, the apprenticeships learning, there are several, if you go through literature, you find many scholars define it in different ways. I've listed a number of them. But for the purposes of this paper, we used this Cassidy 2014, where apprenticeships learning talks about combining workplace learning with school-based theoretical learning. This purely means students are placed, just as they are placed in school, they are also placed at a similar workplace environment that relate to the discipline that they are studying, and then they learn concurrently. Traditionally, we are used to students learning, then they go for practicals. Here we are saying the dual apprenticeship learning talks about the students taking the two modes of learning concurrently. Now, in Kenya, of course, there are concerns of unemployment and underemployment among youth and adults. This has been documented across. There's also been a lot of demand to improve the quality of education and mainly tying it to the industry. Also, apprenticeship learning has been adopted mainly because of the global stories that have been talked about and the success it has. If you look at literature around Europe and some parts of America, dual apprenticeship is associated with a high level of employability among the post-secondary children or students in general. Again, also in Kenya, we are in the world where if educational reforms are talking about competency-based education and training. And in this around vocational training, it's about tying vocational training institution or the school with the industry. Now, this study, as I said, was done targeting 5 employer-led programs or projects, I would call them projects, that have been introduced in Kenya, with employers taking a lead and trying to play a bigger role in the training process, particularly in the construction, manufacturing, and hotel sectors, or hospitality in general. So the study was conducted in 5 vocational training institutions that were working with 5 companies in the hotels. Construction means they were dealing with trainees in carpentry, masonry, plumbing, and electrical installation, then manufacturing as well. Now, under this, the study also looked at targeting the trainees who are given learning periods at both the workplace and the theory being taken at a particular time in schools. The study also worked with the trainers, and these were 2 categories. There were classroom trainers in the vocational schools, and the in-company trainers who are also trained not just to supervise the students, but also be co-trainers with those in the classroom. Now, this paper talks about training with and not for the industry. And so aligning that with the findings of this paper, the training with the employer, what stands out is that when employers are involved in the training, they are able to inform the training institutions around the demand, the skills that are demanded. Therefore, it means that the training is more supply-driven than demand-driven. Sorry, it's more of demand-driven than supply-driven. Quite often, we've just been training without knowing what the industry wants or what employers want. But now when we train with them, what came out is that they're able to determine the kind of demand that they have. And if I may even mention one thing that came out in one of the interviews, especially in the hotels, is that they were asking, vocational training institutions are busy training chefs and hotel managers. We have shortage of gardeners, landscapers, and animators. So you see now that kind of connection helps training institutions to know where the demand is. Again, also there is now the congruence between the vocational training and the occupational needs that are needed. And what also stood out in the findings is that the school to work transition becomes very easy for the students. When they work, when they study concurrently as they work, it becomes very easy for them to transit to the world of work. Again, also the training promotes self-reliance. What came out is that most of these projects, in fact, out of the 5 projects, the trainees are given a stipend because they provide some labor to the workplace. And this TPED has been used quite often by some of the trainees to prepare for self-employment even after school. Again, also the quality of their training improves because now they're able to acquire the actual skills that are required. There's a table there. I hope it's showing some of the findings. We just used interviews, and we analyzed this quantitatively, and you can see what the findings say, especially about the apprenticeships learning when employers are involved. And you can see the first one, 89% indicating that employers and vocational schools collaborate. Therefore, if they collaborate at the training level, it means it becomes very easy for the trainees to get into the world of work. Also, the high quality of learning, you can see it had 87%, all the way to 52%. Those who mentioned that when trainees study from the workplace, they also have access to role models, and they also gather the soft skills that are required at the workplace. Much of what may not be learned directly into the classroom.
2 minutes, Dawn.
Thank you.
2 minutes.
All right. Now, concluding this work, my last slide is that apprenticeship learning system, which means working with employers or training institutions working with employers, have joined the sector, and their role is very strong that can be scaled up across all training institutions, mainly because of two things. One, they share the responsibility of training, and they also share the costs. Again, also they assure high quality training and better employment opportunities for the trainees. And above all, when employers are involved in the training process, then the training becomes supply driven as opposed to what is really, it becomes, should be demand driven, not supply driven, sorry, becomes demand driven because now we train particularly what is required at the workplace. I end my work with a statement. I found that an apprenticeship is a fantastic way to gain invaluable experience that virtually every employer is asking for. Thank you very much. If you may want to see more about this work, it's published, so you can check on it online through my name, Winfred Kivingi. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kivingi, for that presentation, and definitely a new way of focus as far as training is concerned. Thank you very much, and thank you for keeping time also. So then if you have any questions on that presentation, post it on the chat, and Dr. Kivingi will be responding as we move on. Now, the next presenter is Margaret Muriko Muchiri. Are you there, Margaret Muriko? Okay, if she is not there, then we can have Dr. Zipporah Karia. Dr. Zipporah, you are ready, so then...
I can see Margaret is there.
It's only that I was
okay.
Unmuted.
Okay, then Margaret,
okay.
You have the next 10 minutes. They can start projecting the slides.
Thank you. Thank you all. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Margaret Muriko Muchiri, a student at Kenya Methodist University, Nairobi campus, and I'm a counseling psychologist by profession. So I'm doing a presentation, and the study title is an investigation on psychological well-being of parentally bereaved adolescents in Kemu County. And this is part of an ongoing larger research. So I'll go to the background of the study. As I've mentioned, this study is focusing on adolescents, and we are trying to estimate their psychological wellness. So we know very well that adolescent is an age that is characterized by turmoil as one transits from childhood to adulthood. And we all know from experience that at this age, adolescents undergo various psychological and physical changes that are characterized by both disorientation and discoveries in life. The loss of a parent for a teenage, therefore, has a more pronounced impact on the adolescent. Bereavement, which means the loss of a person has to, meaning the loss that a person has to adapt after losing a loved one, death is one of the most traumatic life events. Actually, George Egel argued that the loss of a loved one is psychologically traumatic to the same extent that being severely wounded physically is physiologically traumatic. That is, we may not see the physical injury, but the way we see a person who is wounded physically, and we know that this person is suffering physiologically, in the same way, when a person has suffered psychologically, or maybe a loss through death, then this person is equally traumatized, but now psychologically, not physiologically. So parent death disrupts the parent-child bond, which is very paramount in a child's development, because as we all know, that the adolescent, they are well dependent on their parents for many things. The death of a parent may lead to a significant negative impact on the bereaved adolescent's psychological well-being. And the death of a loved one has been associated with severe stress and increased risk of occurrence of anxiety-related disorders. These disorders may include depressive symptoms such as major depressive episodes, lower quality of life, impaired function, suicidal thoughts, and even suicide to some extent. And this is an indication that loss of a loved one kills one's psychological well-being. Death of a parent may lead to significant negative impact on the bereaved adolescent's psychological well-being. The death of a loved one has been associated with severe stress, which is an indication of an occurrence of anxiety-related disorders. We go to the next slide. The transition to adulthood is difficult for most young people, and bereavement at this age can aggravate the crisis associated with this age. Numerous past studies have indicated that bereaved adolescents are more likely to report various behavioral problems. Hardly any research has been done on the psychological well-being of parentally bereaved adolescents in Kemu County. The current study there sought to examine the psychological well-being of parentally bereaved adolescents in Kemu County, Kenya, and is part of an ongoing larger research, as I mentioned. The research objectives were, one, to determine the level of autonomy among parentally bereaved adolescents in Kemu County. And the second one was to examine the extent of self-acceptance among parentally bereaved adolescents in Kemu County. The study methodology, this study adopted two theories. One of them is the attachment theory. And the attachment theory holds that all people are born with an innate psychobiological system or an attachment behavioral system that compel people to seek proximity to significant others. So this theory helps us understand that when death occurs, there is distress because innately we long to have a continuity in relationship with our significant others. And you see now when death comes, that continuity is never there. Then the other theory that guided this research was the family system theory. And this theory holds that anxiety in families is brought about by 8 interlocking concepts. And these concepts are emotional fusion and differentiation of self, nuclear family emotional system, couple conflict, family projection process, emotional cutoff, multi-generalization transition process, sibling position, societal regression, and triangles. So when death happens, then all these interlocking concepts affected in one way or the other, leading to distress. The study adopted a descriptive design utilizing the quantitative and qualitative approach to data collection and analysis. The study targeted 132 participants comprising parent bereaved adolescents. In addition, 10 key informants comprising of social work, clergies, and family members who foster parentally bereaved adolescents were recruited in the study. Quantitative data was collected from the parentally bereaved adolescents by the use of self-administered questionnaires, while the qualitative data was collected from the key informants through focus group discussion. The participants were identified through snowball sampling. Quantitative data were analyzed by use of descriptive statistics, namely percentage, frequencies, mean, and standard deviation. Qualitative data were analyzed thematically using the latent approach. The results of the study: findings on autonomy as an indicator of psychological—
You have 2 minutes, Margaret. You have 2 minutes.
Okay. The findings on autonomy as an indicator of psychological well-being, revealed that on average, the participants scored low on their level of autonomy with a mean of 2.4, and the lowest score of 2.13, highest score of 2.51, and standard deviation of 1.048. Finding on self-acceptance as an indicator of psychological well-being showed below average score of 2.47 with the least score of 1.94 and the highest score of 2.59 and a standard deviation of 0.926. This implies that the bereaved adolescent psychological well-being was compromised. So in this study, I recommend that from the findings, we find that the findings highlight the significance of rigorous involvement of clergies, counseling psychologists, and the society at large in supporting the stabilization of psychological well-being among parentally bereaved adolescents. This means that the work of the clergies should not end at the graveyard, but it should continue. Then I also comment that more studies need to be done to establish factors influencing psychological wellness among parentally bereaved adolescents. That's the end of my presentation. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Margaret Moriko, for that. And definitely an interesting area of your presentation. Thank you very much, and thank you for keeping time. Thank you. So then questions on that, post them to the chat, and Margaret can be responding as we move on. Our then the presenter is Dr. Zipporah Karia. And Dr. Zipporah, you can start.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members. My name is, as you have heard, Dr. Zipporah Karia. I am a senior lecturer in Kenya Methodist University, Department of the Religious Studies and Counseling, and my specialization is counseling psychology. That is what I teach. I'm also a departmental coordinator at the Nairobi campus. Thank you. My topic is community response to wife abuse and victims' state decisions. Next slide, please. Next slide. Thank you. Marriage is meant to be, is imagined to be a haven of safety, affectionate relationships, and trust, but often it has become a trap of restraint and death. And this is what this study is anchored on spousal abuse, that is abuse of women in marital relationships. So spousal abuse afflicts about 70% of women globally, and the ratio of women to men abused in marriages is 85 to 15%. And that is why this study focused on women, because 85 compared to 15 is a very large proportion. In various countries of the world, the rates of wife abuse are very high. In Calcutta, 79%, Bangladesh, 87%. And in Russia, about 16,000, the rates of annual rates of femicide, that is killing of women by their spouses, is as high as 16,000. In Kenya, especially Western Kenya and Nyanza, the rates of abuse are 56% and 60% respectively. That is according to Kenya National Bureau of Statistics in 2010. This abuse of women in relationships by their spouses, it manifests through physical, emotional, mental, sexual, and economic ways. And the effects are broad, varying from physical, emotional, mental, and social. Next slide, please. Statement of the problem: a spouse abuse, which in this study is wife abuse, it has debilitating effects on women as victims and their children as well. However, majority of the women continue to hold on to those abusive situations. And the question is now, why do they stay? Most studies have focused on various psychosocial factors contributing to women's stay decisions. However, very few have addressed how community response to wife abuse influences the victim's stay decisions in the abusive relationship. And this study, therefore, aimed at establishing the influence of community response, their maintenance of the same relationships. So we are asking here, how does community response influence women to stick or to stay in the situations where they're abused and suffering a lot of effects like psychological, social, physical, and all that? This study this presentation covers just one objective, which is to explore the influence of community response to wife abuse on women's stay decisions in abusive relationships. Justification for this study is that the findings may give insight to victims who are struggling with stay decisions. The findings may give insight to significant others and the community on how to give appropriate support to women as victims of spousal abuse. The findings may also guide the psychotherapists and other community helpers on how to design and implement appropriate programs in support of abuse to women. Next slide, please. Theoretical frameworks. This theory used learned helplessness theory by Martin Seligman. According to this theory, a victim develops emotional numbing and maladaptive passivity after becoming a victim of abuse. And because of this numbing and passivity, the victim does not see the way out. And especially when the community responds in ways which are not appropriate, then the victim becomes helpless and just stays. Thank you. Next slide. Methodology. The study adopted a qualitative mode of inquiry, which was phenomenological design. And this design gives an in-depth understanding of human behavior and the meanings that are attached to the behavior. The study site was a Women's Rights Awareness Program, which is located along the Thika Superhighway in Nairobi County. This is the Women's Rights Awareness Program is a shelter for abused women where they actually run for refuge. The sample size was 20 women who had experienced spousal abuse at least for 2 years, so as to give a richer description of the way their community members had responded to the abusive situations. By the way, in these shelters, women are not very many, so it takes a lot of time even to get to 20 members. Sampling technique was passive. Data was collected by use of interview schedules and focus group discussions, and therefore it was purely qualitative. Analysis was done thematically, and the presentation was in verbatim. Pseudonyms were used to conceal identity and to maintain confidentiality of the participants. Next slide, please. The findings revealed a lot of themes surrounding the way the community responds to women's cry during abuse. For example, this first participant, who is called Blessing, she says, at times I go to my women friends and I share with them concerning my abuse, and I realize I'm not the only one who is abused. So women friends they tend to normalize abuse. And when abuse is normalized, these two researchers here, Bale and Adams, they say when women's construction of the abusive situations is usually influenced by the wider social and cultural discourses, which tend to normalize wife abuse. So when abuse is normalized, a woman thinks the best thing to do is just to stay because others are going through the same. And this actually contributes to entrapment in that situation. Next slide. Passivity, some other community members responded by passivity. This is a case of a respondent called Kiki. She says she contacted her brother when she was beaten at night by the husband. And then the only thing the brother did was to organize for her to get treated in the hospital, but he never addressed the issue of abuse. And Kiki looked a very disappointed person because she felt if her brother could not do anything to help her, then who else can help her? And after that, she just kept quiet. Thank you. Next. Thank you. Next, please. Avoidance. Some respondents said that the community members responded by avoiding to address the issue of abuse. This was reported over Sklonzi, who addressed the issue of abuse indirectly. And therefore, this did not serve the purpose of helping the abused woman. Next slide, please. Being compromised, the abuser being compromised or manipulated. In some cases, the abused women would report to the chiefs and to children's officers and to police, and they would just be told, Mama, just go back home. Your husband will come back or he will reconcile. And some men would go, the abusers would go and say, I will change. Please just pardon me. And that manipulative behavior just tolerates abuse. The abuser continues, he doesn't change. And when the woman now feels frustrated that there's no help coming, she just ends up staying, she becomes helpless and ends up staying in the relationship. Next slide, please. That is frustration by high authorities. I've covered that. Please go to the next. Summary, conclusion, and recommendations. The findings have indicated that the victims of spousal abuse get support from various community members like relatives, friends, the Sklonzi, the chiefs, police, and children's officers. However, these support systems, they respond in ways such as normalizing abuse, taking up the talking to the perpetrator in avoidant ways, being compromised and manipulated by the abuser, even sometimes siding with the perpetrator and frustrating the victims of abuse. To some extent, victims of abuse are even blamed because of the abuse. And this renders them helpless and subsequently they get entrapped in the relationship. Conclusion. The community does not respond appropriately to the plight of abused women, and this could be due to misperceptions surrounding wife abuse. Recommendation. There is need to sensitize the community systems to understand wife abuse in a way, in a positive perspective, so as to give appropriate support to the victims. And this would help the victims to deal with their abusive situations in adaptive ways. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. For that presentation, again, of a very interesting area. Thank you. And now it's a question answer session. And I can see most of the answers have been, most of the questions have been responded to on the chat or comments made. So then I'll just pick one question for each of the presenters to answer. And the first one is Dr. Winnie by Brian Mutugi. Dr. Winnie, can you Can you,
thank you, Prof.
will you be able to access, or do you want, can you read the question? By
Yeah, I've
Brian
seen it.
Motuhi. Yes, so maybe I can read because of the other participants.
Okay.
So then, to what extent can apprenticeship learning be applied in social sciences?
Okay, the response I gave there is that looking at the philosophy behind apprenticeship learning, and also the fact that it's based on the constructivist theory, it's applicable in every discipline. It only depends now on how it is designed. What has been tried out, and even in this study, is that the programs we target,
Recording
we found
in progress.
in level 4 to level 6, that is artisan certificate, craft, and diploma. But looking at the success stories around it, and even literature, what it shows, it is applicable in all areas. Currently, it's being practiced in technical and vocational education, but it can apply in every discipline. Thank you.
For the response, Margaret, Margaret, are you there? Margaret Moriko, can you unmute if you are there? Margaret? Okay.
Sorry for that.
You are there, Margaret?
Yes, I'm there. So
okay, I would like you. Yes, I would like you to respond to just one question by Dr. Mushiri. How willing were the parentally bereaved adolescents to share their experiences? Did it matter which parent was deceased, whether it's father or mother, and whether the adolescent and older siblings? Can you respond to that?
Okay, I'll respond by saying that our focus mainly was on the adolescents. So I would say that they were not very much willing, because initially we had the intention of having the interviews, but it's like they did not consent to having interviews. So the study mostly collected the quantitative study, but for the qualitative study, we were able to assemble the clergies and maybe the parents who are living with these children, not necessarily the parent, but even the extended members of the family, and maybe the social workers who are working in homes where we have some of these orphans living. Then the other part of the question was whether there are other indicators. For sure, I mentioned that this is part of an ongoing study. So there are other variables that were tested, like even the age at which the child lost one of the parents, at what time maybe the parents remarried, because actually the major study is the influence of remarriage on psychological well-being of parentally bereaved adolescents in Kiambu. So there are other variables that were tested, but I did not report because I just reported part of what I was working on. Thank you.
Thank you, Margaret, for the response. And then I'll ask Dr. Zipporah to respond the question by Dr. Mushiri. What actually community system?
Thank you, Chair. Community system in this study meant the people that are the significant people in the victim's life, starting from extended family members. That is why the respondents talked about their parents, their siblings, the clergy, the police, the children's officers, and the police officers. So those are the people that formed the community systems that the victims would run to for help or for support. So although that could also be intertwined with the culture and all that, but basically community support system is referring to those key people that the study, that formed the participants of the study. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kabria. Is there anybody else would like to ask a question to any of the presenters? We still have time for question. or discussion or make a comment concerning the presentation? Anybody? It seems people are interested, are satisfied with the presentations.
Chair, there is someone,
Yes.
Dr. Masinde, maybe you can give her a
Okay.
chance to ask a question.
Okay, please do.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just trying to compare the two cases we have had. We had a morning case where a speaker was researching on women marriage abuse in Kiambu County. And the other speaker we've just had was actually enlisting the factors that actually make the women stay in the abusive marriages. So my question is, one is finding out the factors influencing their stay. Another one has the answer to the factors. So how are these two studies extremely different? And my issue is, could the Kiambu women be having extremely unique factors that make them stay in abusive marriages other than the ones that we have just been told? Thank you.
I can respond to that, Chair. The
Yes,
morning
Dr.
presentation was on psychosocial factors, influence of psychosocial factors, which were specific. And we had hopefulness, we had self-esteem, we had self-concept, and various others. And their influence on women stay in abusive marriages in Kiambu County. That study was done majorly quantitatively, the morning study. And actually, I'm even the first supervisor to that student. It was a quantitative study. The presentation I have done this afternoon, incidentally, happens to be on why women stay. And the focus was on how the community responds. So it was not addressing psychosocial factors, but could the way the community responds to the cry of abused women be a factor that influences their stay? And the study found, yes, if your brother does not even question the person who is abusing you, if the clergy just comes and talks directly trying to avoid the subject, if the police officers tell you, Mama, go home, your husband will come back. And when your children are beaten, you go to the children's officers and they respond in ways which are so compromised. Then the woman says, now I have no one to help me. She just resigned to fate, becomes helpless, and just stays in the abusive relationship. So the two studies, incidentally, are quite different. One is addressing personal factors that psychosocial factors. The other one is addressing community responses. So the two studies are very distinct. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ray, for that clarification. Is there anybody else? Anybody else with a question to the presenters?
Hello, can I kindly ask a question?
Yes, please do. Tell us your name and
my name is David. I'm a student at Easter University. I'm currently just doing my master's. So I wanted to find out from Dr. Zipporah, from your topic, I can see your topic is community response to wife abuse and victims stay decisions. I just wanted to find out the community you're referring to, is it like a specific group of people from a particular place? Like, I just want to understand what you meant by community in your topic.
Thank you. Community, what is referred to as community in this study, community was operationalized as people who are not within there's the nuclear family where the abused woman is. people who are in the extended family, friends, the clergy, police officers, people that this victim runs to for help outside the nuclear family is what they study operationalized as the community support systems. So that is how the community was operationalized in this study, covering anyone from the extended family up to the community agents like the police officers and the children's officers. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Ray, I can see two more who want to ask questions. Can you please go ahead? Anybody else, or are they the same ones who have asked? Anybody else with a question? Is there anybody else there? Yes.
I have a question.
Okay.
This is Lucy.
Go ahead, Lucy. Are you there? It seems like she's having problems with the connection. Lucy, are you there?
Yeah. Are you getting me?
Okay, yes, now. Yeah, go ahead. Hello? Hello? I think there's a problem with the connection.
Hello?
Hello? You are disconnecting, it is cutting, so we can't hear you, unfortunately. Is there anybody else with a question?
Lucy, you can type in your question.
Let me do it.
Is there anybody else? Anybody else with a question to the participants? As Lucy types a question. Okay, I can't see her typing, so then. We move on. So then if Lucy can ask the question, let alone if the presenters will be there, she can be allowed to ask. Okay, there it is. I'm asking whether there are studies done to help women to make decisions. I can't, okay. Can you read from the chat? That is to Lucy, to everyone. I'm asking whether there are studies done to help women to make a decision on whether to stay or move out. And Dr. Karia, you can respond to that. Any studies?
Thank you. Yes, studies have been done. And actually, even this study, what I have presented today was just an objective. There were findings on how women can be helped to deal with abusive spousal relationships, not necessarily to leave. You know, dealing with dealing with abuse, leaving is one of the options. So dealing with the abusive situation is not always leaving the relationship. It can be dealing with it from an inside perspective, or leaving if the victim's safety is compromised. This study, it was a large study. The various respondents, actually this study, there was a section which dealt with women who had already overcome abuse. there was another group of a sample of, there was a second sample of women who had already dealt with their abusive relationships, and the study asked them, what did you do to be able to overcome? And a number of them responded by saying, like I remember some of them, they said when they got financial empowerment, they were able to, they got free to walk out of the abusive relationship. Others said when they realized that they were almost dying in the relationship, they chose to leave instead of dying in the relationship. Others said they got support from their parents, and that is what enabled them, that is what became a catalyst for making change in their lives. Others responded by saying they attended counseling, and the empowerment through counseling made them face their spouses, their abusive spouses, squarely, and they had dialogue, even mediated by people like Sklonzi, and that helped in ending abuse. So there are very many ways in which women can get empowered to deal with abusive situations. And yeah, so there are many ways. There are many studies. There are studies which have been done, and the one I presented specifically, there was an objective on that, which found out that women had overcome abuse, some by leaving, others by remaining there, but getting, I mean, they devised various ways of getting empowered and dealing with the abusive situations. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we have had enough of that, question, I mean, discussion on those presentations. And I think we stop there. It's quite interesting areas. And thank you very much, the presenters, and the discussion that has followed. Okay, then so we go now to the next presenters, and I want to check whether they are in. Susan Nyegera Laiboni, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I am present,
Mugambi,
Professor.
Okay. Mugambi, Pamela McKenna. I am there. Okay, and the third one is Mary Mbidi. Is Mary Mbidi there? Okay, yes, then let's go. Okay, Mary. So then welcome the next bunch of presenters, and without wasting much time, we'll go to the next presenter. That is Susan Nyegera. You have a maximum of 10 minutes each. So you can start.
Thank you so much, Professor, for this opportunity. And I would like to start my presentation straight away. My topic is relationship between enterprise resources and value creation in Kenyan mining industry. That's my topic. Move to the next slide, please. I would like to say the problem of this study, or what prompted me to undertake this study. Studies show that countries such as USA, Canada, Australia, Chile, China, and I think, which is the other one? Yeah, they have resources such as machines and equipment to facilitate the mining, or rather mineral extraction. And what was established is that these minerals contribute immensely to the economies of these countries. On the other hand, the Kenyan mining industry only contribute Kenyan shillings 15 million to our contributed to our GDP in the second quarter of year 2020. Which is, and this information was collected from the Bureau of Statistics. And then consequently, this research seeks to find out whether the Kenyan mining enterprises create value for their stakeholders. And then the next is methodology. This study employed a cross-sectional survey and a questionnaire that contained both semi-structured and open-ended questionnaires was used to collect data. A Likert scale of 1 to 5 was used, and a quantitative approach was used to analyze the data using SPSS version 22. The next slide, please. Next slide. I think there's a problem. Move back a bit. Yeah, methodology. The study employed a cross-sectional, target population. Move to the next slide. There's a problem. Can you push down? Okay, I would like to see target population. I would like to see target population move. Well, there's a problem. Okay. The target population was made of Kenyan-owned mining enterprises, Kenyan-owned mining enterprises. These were, or rather, based on Kwale County, Taita Taveta County, Kajiado County, there's a problem. Please move up. Can you move this? There's something I'm not able to see. Can you move up a bit? Yeah, and the Kajiado County. Then the next one is, move down, please. Move, yeah, next. So then the findings of this study, based on the findings of this study, Kromas, how far Verity shows that financial resources and 0.822, the outcome of machines and equipment, and 0.984, and the value creation was 0.74. The results show an initial consistence of two constructs, which are resources and the value creation. And descriptive analysis and results of population of data shows that a standard deviation of 0.39, which is clearly a small standard deviation, that illustrates that the data is clustered close to the mean. This is an indication that the study is reliable. And looking at further analysis, a Pearson correlation, significant two-tailed, shows a positive coefficient of 0.619. This indicates that the two variables have a positive relationship. That means resources and value creation and a positive relationship. And analysis of Sapro-Wicke normality test and an outcome of 0.788, which is greater than this standard's alpha of 0.05, is a clear indication that the research study is normally distributed. ANOVA, sorry about typo error, result significant of 0.014, which is less than our alpha for the study, 0.05, enabled the researcher to reject the new hypothesis and accept the alternate hypothesis that states that there is a relationship between resources and value creation. And recommendation of this study, although there is a relationship between resources according to the study outcome and value creation, this study established that the Kenyan-owned entities or enterprises do not have enough financials and machines and equipment. Then there is need for the government to come out with programs to support the Kenyan-owned enterprises. May I say why I did this recommendation? If you look at the major mining companies, which are multinationals, they have all the resources that are entailed, and studies show that. Therefore, my recommendation is that the government to come up with programs to support the Kenyan-owned mining enterprises. And very implication, I say about the researcher indicated that experts and students can gather a lot of information from this study and establish how value is created in the mining industry of Kenya, and especially where Kenyans who owned enterprises are concerned. I think that's it for me, Professor.
Thank you, Susan Raiboni, for the presentation and for observing time. Please put your questions or comments on the chat, if any, for Susan Raiboni. We go to the next presenter. That is Mugambi Pamela Makena. Are you ready? Mugambi Pamela Makena. Can we have the slide on? Okay. Can start. Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, sir. I'm Pamela Makena, currently a student at the candidate at JKUAT, and I'm just presenting one of my objectives from the main thesis I'm doing, because the main thesis is about the effect of capital structure determinants on financial performance of star-rated or in Nairobi County, that is in Kenya, and I had 4 objectives. So I'm tackling one of it, which is the asset tangibility. And I can say the study of optimal capital structure has been the focus of many scholars. It has been contended that profitable firms were less likely to depend on debt in their capital structure than less profitable ones. Capital structure decision is consequently indispensable and very critical in the life cycle of a business, not merely to maximize stakeholders' wealth, but also due to the effect it has on sustainability and its aptitude to satisfy external objectives, such as by Isaiah and Abdul 2014. It is only after evaluating a number of capital structure determinants, as among them asset tangibility being one of them, that an organization establishes a target capital structure which it can consider as ideal for its business. Hence the justification for this study in relation to hotel businesses. Next. Theoretical arguments. The study is anchored on pecking order theory. Ideally, this theory suggests that managers or insiders have wealth of information about the decisions on investments and returns related to these investments in comparison with those outside, with the people outside the firm. Under this theory, firms that own numerous fixed assets have little asymmetrical information. Hence, these companies tend to rely on equity financing, and therefore the negative relationship among debt level and assets tangibility. Next, please. So an organization's tangibility has a positive effect on debt capacity, since tangible assets would be the most widely recognized sources for raising secured debt and bank borrowing. That's as per 10. So the objective of this paper was to determine the effect of tangibility on financial performance of star-rated hotels in Nairobi County. the research methodology, the research design, which I used was explanatory research design, and this is in view in circumstances where some crucial information is available about the sensation of the study. The design uses quantitative data, as is the case in this study. The target population for this study was all the 40 star-rated hotels operating in Nairobi County. That is a census. Then the data type is secondary panel data for the 40 hotels from 2011 up to 2019. That covers that period. The findings and discussions regarding the proportion of fixed assets to total assets. The indication is that most hotels in Nairobi County do not have constant proportion of fixed assets to total assets throughout the period under examination. It is worth noting that some two-star rated hotels had almost the same proportion of fixed assets to total assets, though the trend was reversed upwards. This may be an indication of their inability to acquire more assets. Next. That is the outcome of that objective in figures. That is the findings, that is tangibility on financial performance. And those figures are briefly explained in the next slide. We are saying the main objective of the study was to study sought to determine the effect of tangibility on financial performance of star-rated hotels in Nairobi County, Kenya, and the results in that table, the previous table, as an R squared of 0.671, that is indicating that 67.1% of changes in financial performance is associated with tangibility, while the remaining percentage is related to other attributes. So it means asset tangibility is very key when it comes to capital structure and financial performance. There was also a positive and significant of tangibility on financial performance because beta equals 1.124, and the p-value is greater than 0.05. Hence, an increase in tangibility is associated with increase in financial performance. The resultant model is of the following form. How the financial performance was being calculated as far as the tangibility is concerned. The implication of these findings are that firms with a large fixed asset base generate more finances than those with fewer fixed assets. With more fixed assets, a hotel could be in a better position to secure loans from financial institutions for substantial investment, which may ultimately lead to more financial returns. Conclusion: asset tangibility positively and significantly affected financial performance of hotels, of star-rated hotels in Nairobi County. As an antecedent of financial structure, positive changes in asset tangibility may have been an enabling factor on ability of hotels to access cheaper sources of finances that may have optimized shareholders' wealth. Hence, it can be implied that hotels in Nairobi County were acquiring tangible assets that may aid them in accessing finances that would optimize their financial performance. Recommendations: accumulation and appreciation of fixed assets among hotels should be guided by their needs, even though it will positively affect financial performance. Excessive acquisition of fixed assets may lead to constraints in the cash flow owing to the demand for their regular repayments. Star-rated hotels ought to examine their fixed asset needs and deploy the most optimal financial procedure that would increase the likelihood of achieving desired goals and objectives. Thank you for listening to me, and that's the end of my presentation.
Thank you, Pamela, for the presentation. Please post any questions you have for Pamela McKenna on the chat, and she can be responding as we move on. Now, the next presenter is Mary Bithi. Mary Bithi, you can start projecting your slides.
Well, I think thank you for giving me this opportunity, but the slides are being projected by, I think, Pamela or somebody. Our paper is on farms and the impact on strategic management practices, being presented by myself and Eric Njeru. So this is next slide, please. This is a paper we have written, or a study we have carried out, looking at the theme of the conference, which is operationalization of entrepreneurship, education, health, and technology in sustaining biodiversity. And our paper links the Sustainable Development Goal number 9, industry, innovation, and infrastructure. So we are looking at family farms because they are important in ensuring entrepreneurship sustainability. And the practice of strategic management becomes important because with strategic management, companies are able to assess the environment and they are able to plan for continuity and hence ensuring sustainability. The process of implementing a strategy in an organization is going to be affected by the composition of the family. So when you look at strategic management, these are sets of decisions and actions that result in the formulation and implementation of plans that are designed to achieve company objectives. And family farms are companies or organizations that are run by a coalition of family members, small, and is theoretically sustainable through all the generations of the family. Next slide, please. When you're looking at the strategic management process, it is almost similar for both family and non-family farms, in the sense that once a strategy is formulated, it must be implemented and controlled in the context of set goals. And this is according to Kritzman and Chua 2018. Next slide. So this study was guided by the strategic management practices, which is strategy formulation and strategy implementation. Next slide. So when you're looking at strategy formulation, it is important because for family businesses where you're looking at the nuclear family, the extended family, and so forth, it is important that these family businesses consider their potential for growth and become aware in coming up and developing the right choices and developing the right strategies that they are going to be able to implement in the continuity of their business. Next slide. So when you look at implementation, in implementation, this is where we execute the strategies that we have made. And it is known that even if we have devised or we have developed very good strategies, sometimes if not properly implemented, then the success of our organization is going to be put into jeopardy, and more so for family businesses. So the implementation is a factor for success or failure in any organization. Next slide. So this is the strategic management process that organizations need to be able to follow, or the family business, because we are interested in family farms. So they need to look at, or there needs to be a process when we are following the strategic management process, where we'll begin with analysis of the environment, where we will consider the internal and the external environment, and then now develop or come up with strategies when you're formulating. Then we implement, and then we'll have to do and evaluation and control so that we can be able to continuously improve the performance. And this has been key because it's public knowledge that sometimes some of the family farms do not survive for a long time. So we've had case in point, the likes of Tuskies, the likes of Nakumat, and so forth. Next slide. So when we, the next part of the strategic management process is strategy evaluation and control. And at this stage, we'll see that if a family farm has goals and strategies, it is, the strategies are not, they're going to be not very different from the non-family businesses. So they are likely to evaluate, or they will need to evaluate their performance differently. Next slide. So we also looked at some of the challenges that are faced by family businesses in the process of the strategic management process. So some of the concerns or some of the challenges we came across, we have the financial concern. We have, some have a difficult time in trying to separate or maintaining a balance between the family, between ownership, and then the commercial aspect of an organization. Because when an organization grows, we need to be able to delink it from our family affairs as an organization. We've also come across challenges of nepotism, favoritism, instead of looking at strategies based on merit. Then there's also the challenge of lack of entrepreneurial education, especially family business specific management, and then also lack of family business specific research. So what are, how can strategic management help family businesses to succeed? So number one, with strategic management, businesses or family farms can be able to—
2 minutes, Mary, you have another 2 minutes.
Okay, when we practice strategic management, so the family farms will be able to continuously improve, scan the environment, and make the right decisions. Rapid changes in the environment are not going to catch them hands down, if we may call it that. And then they can be able to align their activities and objectives of the farm, and also allocate the right resources in order to achieve the objectives. Next slide. So in conclusion, we find that it is important that for both family and non-family businesses to be able to practice strategic management and to be able to use this as a basis for them to be able to consider when they are making their plans. Next slide. Thank you. You're now welcome. Any questions?
Thank you, Mary Bidi, for that presentation. Now we'll welcome people to ask questions to the 3 presenters. That is Susan Raiboni, Pamela McKenna, and Mary Bidi. It's time now to ask questions. If anybody has any questions, and you can look at the chat and respond also to a question that is asked to a specific presenter. Anybody with a question to the presenters? Now there's a question to Susan Raiboni. What is the new knowledge from your study findings? Susan, can you respond to that?
Yeah, one key knowledge that I established is that Kenyan-owned mining enterprises do not have enough resources, as much as resources have a positive relationship with value creation. That was my key finding.
Okay. There's a question to Mary, not Mary, just the person who did it yet on the family businesses. At what stage, from Dr. Mushiri, maybe you can respond, Mary. At what stage do family businesses adopt practices such as a definite strategic plan?
Okay, thank you for the questions. I'm going to hand over because my co-presenter is here and will be the questions.
Okay, thank you.
Not clear still.
Mary, I think I will at what stages such as definite strategic plan. Now, from the literature, sorry, can you hear me?
There's a lot of noise.
From the available data, there is no ideal or empirical data that shows at what point. But if you look at the growth or at the inception of a business, you realize that most of these organizations would not adopt strategic plans at inception, at growth. But when they come to between the stage of growth and maturity, that is where most of the organization ideally would adopt a strategic plan. There is also another question in regards to are they separate entities? At what point do they become separate entities? We know the process of registering, especially entities in Kenya, and for example, a legal entity will
We are sorry, we can't
sorry,
hear
I
you.
think. Yes, Daktari?
Yes, Mary, we can't hear you.
Sorry, I think I lost my connection. I'm saying, what point do we separate the two? When does it become a legal entity, a separate entity? Not really. It depends again on how we look at it, because some will just be family businesses where we just have the generational assimilation of the same, and they foster their performance within that context. But again, within their growth trajectory, some will go, of course, and operate their entities. And as soon as they do that within the frameworks of the law, then they become legal entities, separate entities that can be sued, they can sue. And from the available literature again, it is at that point, depending on the complexity of an organization, it is at that point that we can say we can move to the next level of separating the two entities. Then elaborate, when do you evaluate, at what stage do you control in strategic process. Again, when you have a strategic plan, you have the implementation matrix. So depending on the dynamism of the business structure, we can review the business practices at some point, but ideally in a normal practice, the implementation framework or the evaluation framework can guide on how we evaluate the same. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I hope you have responded to all the 3 questions that are on the chat. Is
Yes,
that
I have.
correct?
Just a minute,
Okay.
maybe Prof.
Yes, Mary.
Prof, maybe there is one question that they have not answered, so that we capture that. The first question on impact. We need to capture that.
Yes, that was just a comment. I made a comment that you cannot measure impact within the short duration of a study. Impact is measured on long-term relationships, and influence and effects are measured on short term. So it was just a comment.
Okay, thank you.
Did you have yes, Mary?
No, thank you for the comment. We have noted that.
Okay. Anybody else with a question?
Chair, can I ask?
Yes,
Chair?
please. Your name. Tell us your name and then ask.
Yes, Dr. Mushiri.
Thank you. I want to ask to clarify the question I asked when I asked about separation of entities. I was checking to see whether this study established in specific terms whether they would be in a position to advise that businesses that start at a particular stage or adopt the strategic practices, management practices early or later, have a better chance of survival, have a better chance of overcoming the challenges and growing, become the kind of business that would be established for long term. So the question I'm really concerned about is based on maybe the study and the impact that they were looking at, what would be the real advice? Would you want the businesses to start alone early, or would you want family businesses to move, to continue for a little while before they can then start on their own? That's the question I really want you to address.
Okay, thank you for that question, Dr. Mushiri. Ideally, from the literature that we came across, it would not be advisable for family businesses per se to, as is their formation process, their inception process, they stand alone in terms of their strategic plan. But this is developed as they proceed with their operations, with the complexity of the business operations. Then this calls for the separation, as you're saying, and it means at some point, the literature actually they're putting as at the growth between when you're preparing to exit the growth stage, you get to maturity stage. That could be the ideal juncture for them to transit.
And then also, in addition to what Eric is saying, research or literature has shown that some of the family farms, actually, some do not survive. So when, and also the legal requirements when you're a small businesses might put you down as you start up. So as you grow and as you go through the phases or the cycle of a business, then now you can be able to register.
Prof, do we still have time? Do we still have time? Maybe I can just dispense of that so that we capture it properly. Do we?
Yes, please go on, Dr. Vivian.
Yes, I think that one is well captured, and I think just to emphasize on what the presenters have given us is that it depends on which stage, and actually, as they have said, the life cycle determines where they separate. So if it's at the introduction stage and they are able to control some of the emerging issues, any developments that have coming in the marketplace and what have you, then they are able now to break even at the third stage, which is the growth stage, as you have said. That's where now the divergence comes in. So I think that is well captured. I wanted just to emphasize on that so that we capture the right information and dispense on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Have we exhausted the questions? Is there anybody else with a question? since we are fine and no more questions on for those presenters, but still, if you have a question, you can always post it on the chat and they can respond on the chat. So then we take the next bunch of presenters. That is Abdulkadir Ali. Are you there, Abdulkadir? Abdulkadir Ali, can you unmute and say if, confirm if you are there or not? Of course not. You can't confirm if you are not there, but you can confirm if you are there. Abdulkadir?
Abdulkadir, yeah, I'm here, but scheduled to tomorrow.
Yes, we can't hear you.
Day 2. Yeah. Isn't it
Make
scheduled
sure that you have,
day 2?
You are scheduled for day 1. Did you see the program?
Yeah. I see.
Yeah.
No matter.
We are not still.
By any means, I'm here.
Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, then the next presenter will be Titus Musioka Sklonzi. Are you there, Titus?
I am present, madam.
Okay, and then our third presenter will be Eric Ejero Muteria. Eric, are you there? Eric Muteria?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am. On Mary's machine. I am.
Okay, good. So then we start with the first presentation. You remember you have 10 minutes. And once you present, then check on the chat if there are any questions from the participants, for your presentation, and you can, respond on the chat as we move on. So then, Abdulkadir, his, slides can be projected now. 10 minutes.
Yeah. We're talking about Abdulkadir Ali, Governance and Strategy Implementation in Federal Government of Somalia. Is that you?
Yes.
Yes.
Is that you?
You're scheduled
Yes.
now at 3:40. Thank you. It's nice that you're here. Welcome.
Okay. Slides.
Yes, slides from. Yes. I'm
You
Abdulkadir.
have 10 minutes. Can start.
Yes, I am Abdulkadir Abdullahi Ali. Good afternoon to everyone. I appreciate to get this opportunity. My article is, my title, Governance and Strategic Implementation in the Federal Government of Somalia, especially financial institutions of the Federal Government of Somalia. The research question is, what is the practice of corporate governance in the federal government of Somalia? I mean, financial institutions of federal government of Somalia. Question 2, what is the relationship between corporate governance, practice and implementation of financial management strategy in the institutions of federal government of Somalia? Hence, 2 objectives to describe the status of corporate governance and to assess the relationship between corporate governance and implementation of financial management strategy. corporate governance practice is variables of transparency, accountability, equity, and employee participation.
Akadi. Excuse
Yes.
me, Akadi. And please, all the other presenters, can you have your cameras on as you present? So then please put your video on, your camera on as you present. You can move on.
Now it's on.
Okay, it's on now. So you can, although it's dark, but you can move. Okay, good. Yes, you can now move on.
The variables of corporate governance is transparency, accountability, equity, and employee participation, and the implementation of financial management strategy, which is the DV. The theory, resource dependence theory, is anchored because performance of an organization depends on governance provided by the top-level managers in an organization. So the methodology, the descriptive sample survey of 207 respondents is using structured questionnaire, which was translated into Somali language, was designed, and the data collection had multiple items measures for each variable and was tested for reliability before use for data collection. And Cronbach alpha reliability of at least 0.7 was achieved for all research constructs. Hence, the instrument was deemed reliable for measuring the studied variables. Data collection, drop and pick later, and analysis, descriptive and inferential statistics were used by the researcher. As we can see in this table, the results of our research. Please next. Yeah. There was moderate practice of corporate governance principles and moderate implementation of financial management strategy, while accountability had the strongest positive relationship with implementation of financial management strategy. Equity had the weakest influence, and employee participation and transparency had the second and third strongest influence, respectively. Based on descriptive results of study, the corporate governance implementation of financial management strategy was between 3 to 4. Secondly, corporate governance, which was variables of transparency, accountability, equity, and employee participation, had a significant influence on the implementation of financial management strategy. Further, employee participation was not satisfactory with regard to involvement of employee in decision making. This is notwithstanding the fact that employee participation is crucial for improving the performance of an organization. Corporate governance, comprising transparency, accountability, equity, and participation, had a significant relationship with implementation of financial management strategy, and that corporate governance influenced implementation of financial management strategy. Please second. An applied implications. The practice of transparency, accountability, equity, and employee participation in decision making, since there was a moderate practice of corporate governance principles, this implies that studies should be conducted to ascertain barriers to effective implementation of corporate governance principles in federal government of Somalia. That's the end. Thank you.
Thank you, Abkadi, for your presentation. Can the participants post if there are any questions to Abkadi on the chat so that he can be responding. Thank you very much. Now we move to the next presenter. That is Titus Sklonzi. Titus, yes, I can see the slides are already there. Titus, you can start.
Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon. I am Titus Sklonzi. I'm a student at Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology, doing my PhD under the supervision of Dr. Rukia Atkia and Dr. Wali Satambo. My main thesis is strategy implementation drivers and the influence on the performance of departments in the national government of Kenya. And I am here to present this paper on managerial roles as a strategy implementation driver and the performance of departments in the national government of Kenya. Next, please. The government is institutional approach to implement its strategies to address the domestic and national needs. And in this regard, when you look at the government organization, departments are key government institutions where the heads of departments are responsible for the strategy implementation. And the degree of the strategy implementation defines the performance in an organization, and this is a major achievement in the managerial process. However, we find that in the government departments continue to record low to average performance over the years, necessitating adoption of strategic management for performance improvement. Purpose was to provide a framework to improve on effectiveness and efficiency to achieve the government's strategic objectives while taking into consideration the impact of environmental inputs in the organization performance. The statement of the problem: within the national government organization, the HODs are responsible for strategy implementation. However, its achievement remains a pressing challenge. That is, most departments have continued to record low to average performance. Next slide, please. For instance, we notice that in 2018-2019 financial year evaluation, the performance index was at 17.3% for, that's the average, while in 2019-2020, it ranged between 3.0 and 4.0 on a scale of 1 being excellent and 5 being poor. Now, despite all the measures taken by the government, inequalities and disparities in the performance continue to persist within and across the national government departments in Kenya. Hence, the assessment of the influence of managerial roles on the performance of departments in the national government of Kenya. The research objective is to examine the influence of managerial roles on the performance of departments in the national government of Kenya, and also to analyze the influence of stakeholder involvement on the relationship between the managerial roles and the performance of departments in the national government of Kenya, from which we have the two NILA policies. Managerial roles have no influence, and also the stakeholder involvement has no influence on the relationship between the managerial roles and the performance of departments in the national government of Kenya. This study will not establish a single theory that to base on, and therefore the study is anchored on two theories, that is administrative management theory and the stakeholder theory, where the administrative theory advocates for establishment of establishing in an organization clear formal division of labor, clear administrative structure, delegation of power and authority correspond to the responsibilities, and also the stakeholder theory, it engages the management in understanding and taking into consideration the interests of the stakeholders who actually create pressure for improvement of performance. Now, the conceptual framework is shown there, where we have the managerial roles, then moderated by the stakeholder involvement, and then DFI is the performance of departments. Next slide, please. Methodology. The study used quantitative and qualitative research methods, which is a mix based on which was chosen and guided by positivism research philosophy, and the target population was 535 national government departments drawn from 13 sampled counties, from which a sample of 195 HOD was drawn, and this sample was approximately 36.4%, which was sufficient. And the data collection was through a validated and structured questionnaire. The questionnaire was validated using internal consistency for reliability and the Kemu and Bartlett test. And then for analysis, the quantitative data was analyzed using SPSS to get descriptive differential statistics. Then the quantitative data was analyzed using content analysis, and it was further indexed to generate some statistics for further analysis. Then the hypotheses were tested using an over test, where a p-value of 5% is available, and then the decision rule was the HO was not accepted if the p-value was less than 0.5%, and then it used a linear regression model, which was y is equal to beta naught plus beta 1x plus beta 2z plus the error term, where the betas are the regression coefficients. X represents the managerial roles and the Z represents the moderating variable stakeholder involvement. And these ones were, finally, the regression model was examined for goodness of fit by examining a logical relationship. That is, the beta 1 and beta 2 are not simultaneously equal to 0. And then the F statistic was significant if a p-value was less than 0.5, and then the coefficient determination for was also significant. Next slide, please. The findings, the response rate for this study was 77.9%, and in terms of the background information of the respondents, for gender distribution, the male was on the 4.3%, the female was 25.7%. Of course, this does not meet the constitutional threshold. The distribution by age, majority of the HODs, that's 69.7%, at the age of 41 to 60 years, implying that you are mature enough to shoulder the responsibilities. Distribution by length of service, 86.1% as after HODs for over 5 years, implying that they had adequate experience, and the highest level of education. The highest level of education was, at least the they had a first degree, which was adequate. Next, this attributes show that the from the questionnaire, the following were the descriptive summarized descriptive results from the questionnaire, where the respondents had been told to give their response on a Likert scale of 1 to 5, and all these ones they gave a mark that was lying between 3.5 and 4, which was lying in the category of they were in agreement. Start and implement success, harmonization of programs led to start implement success, management, the indication to start implementation was high, employee always report implementation of such activities. The department has a well-designed framework for observing start and implementation. However, they were not sure that the department have an elaborate of tracking start and implementation. This item at a figure which was lying between 2.5 and 3.5. However, commitment to enhance strategy implementation is ensured mainly through tracking of employee performance. This was, and then and also motivation and capacity building. The main managerial activities.
Titus, you have 2 minutes.
Next
Titus,
slide, please.
You have 2 minutes.
Next slide, please. The same case with the stakeholder involvement. The respondents were in agreement with the questions that we were asked, and then the stakeholders are involved with the consultation and the sensitization, encouraging stakeholders to participate, and then they are taken care. The interests are taken care of by organizing for stakeholder participation, incorporating their interests during planning, consultation. Next slide, please. The hypotheses were tested, and they showed that the null hypothesis was not accepted, and therefore managerial roles significantly influence the performance of departments, the national government of Kenya. The stakeholder involvement significantly influence the relationship between the managerial roles and the performance of departments. And then now fitting this data, we have the regression coefficients, where for the first model, that is without the moderator, we had the constant of 16.5, and then the coefficient of managerial was 0.25, and then which shows that without a moderator, the managerial contribute to 25.3%, while with a moderator, the managerial contribute to 21.9%. Contributes 28%. Next slide, please. And from this, then now the model without a moderator became 16.that1 plus that one, then the other one became that one, and this one were tested for goodness of fit, and they were found to be significant and reliable. From there, we have the conclusion that the managerial roles can influence the performance of departments, while the managerial roles to enhance strategy implementation and monitoring and supervision. Then commitment of employees to enhance strategy implementation is ensured mainly through tracking performance, motivation, and contributing. Stakeholder involvement significantly influence the relation between the managerial roles and the performance of departments. It improves the performance of departments. The stakeholders are involved in strategy implementation mainly through consultation and sensitization, encouraging stakeholders participation through inclusive and interactive stakeholder forums. The performance of departments can be estimated with moderator by that model, and with the moderator by the model, the next model there. Next is the recommendations, where we are recommending that the research recommends for the ESO department to review the mandate.
You have 90 seconds, Titus.
To review the and anchor them in the review the mandatory activities and mandatory and review them and anchor them in the respective performance, respective policies. Then for academia, there could be there are other strategy implement drivers that can be influence the performance of departments, and then we can also look at the activities of stakeholders that influence the performance. And this study contributes to additional the literature on managing roles and the strategy and the performance of organizations in the public sector, and then committees further study to assess the influence of managerial roles on the performance of the department, the county government of Kenya, Moreba, State on further.
Thank you.
And to examine.
Thank you very much,
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
I think,
thank you.
That's enough. We have, gotten what we wanted to pass to the participants, and thank you very much. Okay. So then, please post any questions for Titus on the chat, and he will be answering. Now, our last presenter is Eric Gero. Unfortunately, we have to give the same time for every presenter, and we have to have the same time. That's why we all have to take 10 minutes. Maybe I can add another 1 minute or so, but we have to have equal time for the presenters. Now, Eric Njero Muteria, you're on the floor, Eric.
Thank you, Prof. My name is Eric Muteria, and I'm presenting a paper on moderating influence of organizational structure on the relationship between entrepreneurship and performance of state corporations in Kenya. Next slide. So as a matter of background, that performance of organizations is how well or poor an organization is doing as compared to the set goals or objectives. And according to Bani 2014, he argues that businesses should set clear objectives, aim at growth, and are able to compete both in the short term and long term to perform well and to achieve success. And failure to create such links between the strategy and the short-term and long-run strategies then results into failure of many small organizations during their first years of operation. So several measures of organizational performance have been advanced. However, the selection of that suitable measure ought to be in the light of the organization's strategic intentions. Next slide. This still emphasis on the background, so you can move to the next slide. So then,
Eric,
yes.
Please do put your camera on. Thank you.
Okay, now since you're looking at the state corporations, then it's important we address this. According to the task force on parastatus, that was the Abdikadir Mohammed led group in 2013. There are 187 state corporations, but this research concentrated on 55 because those are the commercial state corporations. After 1963, coming to 1965, the session paper of number 1 retooled the operations of the parastatus so that they can be indigenization of the economy. And therefore, the parastatus perform initiatives which have been and continue being implemented by the government of Kenya, and they are testimony to the importance of the Kenyan state corporations, especially because their lack of entrepreneurship has resulted in some being a burden to the exchequer. Next. So to the statement of the problem, remember I reiterate that the research is underpinning SDG number 9, especially on innovation. And since the Vision 2030 is anchored on that, you realize that it aims to create a globally competitive and a prosperous country with a high quality of life in all citizens, which now the parastatus should be in a position to contribute to. So the economic, social, and political pillars is supported by enablers foundational pillars which aim to put economy on the high growth trajectory to attain double digits percent at least per annum. In some cases, the company's entrepreneurship, the subcomponents of entrepreneurship, that is a proactiveness, innovation, reward system, competitive aggressiveness, and in this case, the moderating structure lead to higher farm success. So given these changes and efforts to redesign the state-owned corporations, still these enterprises perform poorly. This is according to Bruno and Maura and Ruto in 2017. So the general objective, the research aimed to examine the moderating influence of organizational structure on the influence of entrepreneurship and performance of state corporations in Kenya. The hypothesis was constructed there. There is no, this organizational structure has no moderating influence on the relationship between entrepreneurship and the organizational performance of state corporations in Kenya. This specific research was anchored on institutional theory, and this theory suggests that to institutionalize norms and values of organizations, those who hold power, especially the managers who are entrepreneurs or the employees, must be able to motivate and drive members of an organization. So the institutional theory helps in understanding determinants of human resource, because again, the entrepreneurs are the industry commandos. So they need to have the resource ends and plans practices with the influence on execution of the individual or affiliation. So we had adopted the positivism research philosophy. The research design was descriptive, and the target population, as I alluded earlier, was 50 commercial state corporations. That was the unit of observation, unit of analysis. We have managers, management cadre. Next slide. So the study adopted census because there are 55 state corporations, commercial state corporations. So I did a census of the corporations. The study was we collected both primary and secondary data because we used questionnaires, and I used questionnaires and a data sheet. So data analysis and presentation was done through SPSS. Next. So the response rate, again, I've already alluded to this. Since we got 89.97%, then this was deemed good for analysis. Next. So the hypothesis, the organizational structure has no moderating influence on the relationship between entrepreneurship. So the results in this table show that in model 1, 46.1% of the valuation in non-financial performance was explained by the changes in proactiveness, innovation, and reward systems. These are the other components of the same. So this condition, that the condition of moderation in step 1 was satisfied, and hence I succeeded to step 2. Again, in step 2, organizational structure was introduced in the model. This was through stepwise regression analysis. The findings shows that proactiveness, reward system, competitive aggressiveness, and organizational structure explain 52.3% of the variation in performance. Then, since it was met, I proceeded to step 3. And in step 3, when the interaction term was introduced, the coefficient of determination improved to 0.627 and resulting in a R, which is a 0.10. This implied that proactiveness, innovation, and reward, competitive aggressiveness, organization structure, interaction term accounted for 63%. Therefore, the predictive model for financial performance was as shown. Next. The moderating effect of organizational structure on the relationship of entrepreneurship and performance. So return on assets. The table 2 showed that The model 1, 27.3% of the variation financial performance was explained by the changes in proactiveness. So since the condition was met, I proceeded to the next step. In step 2, organizational structure, because by the moderating effect, was introduced in the model, and the results revealed that proactiveness, innovation, reward system, and competitive aggressiveness and organizational structure explained 0.09% of the variation. Hence, we proceeded.
Eric, you have 2 minutes. You have 2 minutes, Eric.
In step 3, the interaction term was introduced again, and it improved to 0.345, and the predictive model was as shown. Next slide. So what is the conclusion then? The study concluded that the organizational structure moderates the relationship between entrepreneurship and performance of commercial state corporations in Kenya. Recommendations and implications. The study identifies that organizational structure moderates the relationship between entrepreneurship and performance. The study recommends that commercial state corporations should embrace entrepreneurship. Then the result, further management of commercial state corporations should understand the dimensions of entrepreneurship, that is the proactiveness, the competitive aggressiveness, and the rest. The results of this study will assist management practitioners to develop long-term entrepreneurship strategies to address constraints of commercial state corporations and they encounter, and it could have led to low capacity utilization and productivity in the sector. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you, Eric, for that presentation. We are now through with our, the last bunch of presenters. And it is now question time or comments concerning their presentations. So you are welcome, participants, to ask questions and or make comments or seek clarifications. So, any comment? Is there any comment or question for the participants?
I've seen my question from Dr. Mushiri.
Yes, can you please respond?
Sorry?
You can respond.
Sorry, I just a minute. So thank you, Dr. Mushiri. I realize your question is very important, and you're asking, I decided to work with the entire population. Yes, because the number 55, the commercial state corporations are 55 in number. And I thought since this was not a very huge population, then I could do a census. And out of this, I concentrated on the management cadre so that they can respond to the questionnaires that we had developed. Thank you.
Maybe
okay.
to Prof.
Yes.
Chair, maybe
yes.
there's a rider to it. Maybe he can continue asking, or answering. He has said, Dr. Mushiri has asked, the population has unique characteristics. I think that is what he meant. Maybe you need to explain that, because if you did this, the entire population, which is census, then he wanted you to explain how you went about it, considering that each has its own voice or something, or I think he meant characteristics. Yes. So maybe can you answer that?
Well, I don't seem to get it right, but yes, every research, especially every research population, every research sample will have its unique characteristics. But when we
just to clarify, Eric, it's not the research itself. It is the organizations that you are looking at, that he says have
yes, good. Can I ask, because I'm right here? Chair, can I go ahead?
Yes, proceed,
Yes,
Doc.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Vivian, for intervening on my behalf. I like it. I'm asking Eric, he has chosen to do a census, meaning for his research, every voice has to be accounted for. Otherwise, the purpose of sampling is where we think that from the few voices, we can then predict what else everybody else considers. But now in your choice, you decided to analyze the population. So everybody should contribute. Every voice should contribute. So when you now suggest, or when you now then say that you eventually did not achieve the 100%, is it in a, is it still a census? Or are we now dealing with a sample? And if it is now a sample, then how are you, does it now introduce new variations in terms of how you handle the data? Because I think the choice of the methodology will determine how data will be analyzed. I think that is part of the process. So when you choose a census, the analysis will be different from when you decide to sample.
Okay, Doc, I've taken care of note of that, and I will, I'll consult further on the same, because this is a work in progress as I prepare for my presentation, final presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Eric. Now, there are two questions that were directed to Titus Musioka. Titus, are you there?
Chair, before we allow Eric to leave, there's something I saw. Okay, just a clarification, Eric.
Yeah, yes, Doc.
When was the sense? I mean, the review done by the government? Because you talked about which year? When the review of parastatals were done? I saw you had written 2013 or something.
Yeah, it was done in 2013, Abdikadir Mohammed Task Force.
Oh, okay. They have not done any other?
No, it has not been reviewed yet.
Kindly, maybe that one is also another thing you need to check. Yeah,
thank you.
Just check here. Thank you very much. That's just a remark. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Now, Titus Musioka, are you there?
Yes, I'm there, Madam Chair.
Yes.
I've seen the two questions from Dr. Vivian. One is on the effects of moderating variable in the findings. And from my findings, when I did the analysis without the moderating variable, the R square was 0.6, and after including the variable, it is changed from 0.6 to the coefficient determination changes from 0.6 to 0.125. That is a coefficient R square change of 6%, thus giving an improvement. And that was the effect of the moderating variable. Now, as per the second question about the new knowledge, we note that for almost all the literature reviewed, it was in the private sector organizations. Performance is equally very important in the public sector organization. And therefore, this study was adding knowledge on the literature on managerial roles as a strategy implementation driver in the performance organization in the public sector. Bear in mind that the national government departments are public sector organizations. And it also gives knowledge on the moderating role of the stakeholder involvement in the relationship in the performance of organizations in the public sector.
Okay, thank you, Titus Musioka, for those responses. And please, there is a, a reminder that you need to register those that have not registered, and there's also an evaluation form for those that attended the morning session. The first session, that is, please do register if you did not register, as well as complete the evaluation form. It's very, very important because it helps to improve future conferences. Please do that. We do request. Is there another question?
Maybe, Dr. on that evaluation form,
Yeah.
Dr. Kawela, you get that is yet moved the item for day 2, but it is still there, so we cannot submit.
Dr. Kawera, can you respond on that issue?
I don't know which item Titus is talking about, because it is quite general and open. So actually we are requesting that they evaluate both the sessions because we will not have another time until tomorrow. But I don't know which question Titus is referring to, because it is open. Maybe Titus
You have,
can guide me.
You have the item that please rate the plenary sessions you attended by circling the number using the scale excellent up to poor for day 1 keynote speaker content. And then what follows there is a similar one for day 2 keynote speaker.
So you will just fill for the day 1, because day 2 will be tomorrow and we will be using the same form. It is not hindering. You will just click day 1. The day 2 you can jump.
That's what I did. And then on submit, it took me back there.
Okay, let me see, because I've seen so many submissions so far. Let me see again. Sorry about that. Let me see.
Let me submit it again. I see what will happen.
Okay, sir.
I
Thank you.
decided back to the same point.
Okay.
Okay. Is there anybody else with a problem of filling the forms, completing the forms? Okay. If not, then any other questions? Any other questions, either to Abkandi or to Titus Musioka or to Eric Jeru, our last presenters? If you have any question, you can speak out. It seems the participants are happy with the presentations, and the presentations were clear, and there aren't any many questions on the. Yes, somebody wants to say something. So then, mine as the chair of this afternoon session is really to thank everybody, all the people present, and all the presenters for that invaluable knowledge that we have gotten this afternoon. Very good presentations, and we have learned a lot. Thank you very much for the time you have taken to do this research that benefits all of us and benefits the community, benefits our country, and we really do thank you. Research is, is what transforms a community, a people, and a country, and especially if it is, the findings are implemented and are used. And also people learn a lot on what's happening around us and the solutions that are there to solve our various problems in our nation and beyond. So then, thank you very much, everybody. I've really enjoyed the sessions today, and I hope everybody else has. From the questions that were asked, I could tell people were engaged, people were conversing with the knowledge that they are getting from the presenters, and we do really thank everybody for making day 1 very successful. Thank you. And now over to our chair, that is Professor Wanja. You can take over from there.
Thank you very much, Professor Gichunge. And thank you, Dr. Vivian, for guiding us through the afternoon. I want to thank everybody who has helped us to get the day going today. It's been, I know online sometimes can get tiring, but I'm happy that I can see we still have 65 people online, and I still have a couple here, about 10 people are still here physically with us. Thank you all for your patience. I want to thank specifically the presenters who have really given us a lot of insight, from Thomas to Professor Charles, Madina, we've had Adam, Dr. Mauricia, Saadia, we had Ruth, we had Sister Gladys, Dr. Winnie, Margaret, we had Dr. Zipporah, Susan, Pamela, Mirimbiti, Abdul Kadir, I guess from Somalia. We had, finally in the afternoon, we have Titus as well as Eric. Thank you so much for coming through, for keeping time. You have done so well in terms of keeping time, presenting in 10 minutes, being very vocal in whatever that you're doing, giving us very proper slides. We appreciate you all for your time and for even making research and trying to improve what we are doing for the country. We can only try so much for us to make and to give solutions to this country. I want to thank those ones who are here physically with me. Thank you for keeping me company. So I'm not feeling that I'm so virtual. Some of you at home, but that we are here, we have company, so we're exchanging ideas. It's really nice to have people here. So tomorrow again, we start with a guest speaker. We will have a guest speaker who will be with us. At 9:30, we'll have welcoming remarks. We'll start a bit late because tomorrow is Thursday. Usually we have devotion, we have the chapel in the morning, so you can join us for the morning chapel. So we'll start at 9:15 and then we'll proceed from there. Today we've managed to keep time. That is very commendable for everyone who has helped us to get through. So we hope that you can join us tomorrow. We will continue to listen to business, and after that we will go into health and we'll have the closing remarks after that. If there are no questions, again, I sincerely want to thank you for participating in this conference and for taking your time and your resources to be here with us. We cannot do without you. Thank you, and before we close, we will close with a word of prayer as we get home, and I will invite our household pastor to just close with a word of prayer as we finish. I've just been reminded something very important. The DVC, who is my boss, was able to join us, but she was not able to make her remarks. Her internet was unstable, but she's been with us throughout, listening in and off. She had another assignment, but she has given us her blessings, and she wishes us all the best, and especially all the presenters and the listeners. That was an oversight on my side. And now we shall have Dr. Mumisi close for us with a word of prayer.
Good evening, and if we are able, maybe we can start. Especially those who are physically here. Father, we thank you and we bless you for being with us since the beginning of this conference. We thank you for men and women who have been able, God, to give us what they have gone through, the researches they have undertaken, the resources they have put into, and especially the chair and the university, mighty God, for giving them wisdom, giving them understanding, and giving them, Lord, the way to lead and guide this conference. We thank you for all the chairs, and we thank you for all the rapporteurs, God. We pray that you may reward each and every one of them. And every paper that has been presented, Lord, we pray that you may reward each and every one of them. We thank you for enormous education, enormous knowledge, and the practices that we have learned this afternoon and even in the morning. We thank you and we bless you, and especially we return thanks to you for Professor Wanja, Lord, for leading this team to the level that we've been able to do and to go. Father, as we look forward to go home, and even as we continue until we come to the end of the conference, we submit our thoughts, our minds, and everything that is in us and everything that we have to you. Lead us, bless us, and be with us. We thank you and we bless you. We pray believing in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening and see you tomorrow. Have a good rest. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.